Ayes Sarah Owen and Bambos Torlombos. For the noes, Ruth Jones and Rebecca Smith.
The ayes to the right, 275. The noes to the left, 209.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 275. The noes to the left, 209. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and look. We now come to Amendment 94 in the name of Kim Leadbeater. I call Leadbeater to move the amendment formally. The question is Amendment 9. Yeah. No. Division. Clear the lobbies. Order. The question is that Amendment 94 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Sir Owen and Bambos Torolombos. For the noes, Rebecca Paul and Ruth Jones. Thanks. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 274. The noes to the left, 224.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 274. The noes to the left, 224. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Amendment 95 is a consequential amendment on 94, which has just been agreed to. I call Kim Leadbeater to move the amendment formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 95 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to new Schedule 1, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Kim Leadbeater to move formally. Second time.
Move formally.
The question... Oh, sorry. The question is that new Schedule 1 be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That new Clause 1, Schedule 1 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We come to Amendment 78 to 79, which has been selected for separate decision. With leave of the House, I shall put a single question on Amendment 78 to 79. I call Kim Leadbeater to move Amendment 78 and 79 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 78 and 79 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. That completes that section. Point of order, James Cartledge.
Our reports of an extremely serious incident at Brize Norton, which is being described as vandalism, but of course may be worse. We're wondering if there will be a statement from the Ministry of Defence later.
Well, I can say I've been given no notice of the incident at Brize Norton. I know nothing of the incident. What I would say, the benches opposite will have heard, and I wouldn't want to interrupt today's proceedings, but if somebody was minded it's that serious, we could always put something on at the end, but that will be for others, not for me at this stage. Right, we now come to third reading. Consideration completed, third reading, what day? Huge number of members have indicated they wish to speak in this debate. I hope that members will restrict themselves to a reasonable amount. After the first two opening speeches, I will advise that 5 minutes to enable other colleagues to participate. We need to ask for shorter speeches to enable all or as many members to contribute. I shall make it clear that the Chair returns the right to impose a formal speech limit, but I would rather colleagues help each other. After all, it is an important day and we do want to hear as many views as possible. I call Kim Leadbeater to move that the bill now be read a third time.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege to open the debates for the third reading of the Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill. It has been a long journey to get here, and I do not underestimate the significance of this day. It is not often we are asked to wrestle with issues of morality, ethics and humanity. But with great privilege of this job comes great responsibility, and never more so than at a time like this. Benjamin Franklin told us that in this world, nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. In this House, we debate the latter incessantly. But here, and in the country as a whole, discussing death is something we tend to shy away from. And yet, it will come to us all and to all those we love. And Mr. Speaker, we all have our own experiences of death, loss and grief. There are good deaths and there are bad deaths. And I, like many, have experienced both. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that for some colleagues the journey to this point has been a difficult one. And I want to pay tribute to the way in which the overwhelming majority of members have approached this subject. Yeah. The second reading back in November was quite rightly seen as an example of Parliament at its best. Contributions from across the chamber were incredibly powerful. The atmosphere was respectful and people listened with care. I hope we will see the same today, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. And I want to thank you, Mr Speaker, and your team, along with the fantastic clerks and procedural experts who have ensured parliamentary protocols have been followed and have guided us through the intricacies of what can be a complex parliamentary process, which is steeped in tradition but not always easy to follow. And of course, process is important, but it's also important to remember we are not voting on the merits of parliamentary procedure. We are voting on an issue that matters deeply to our constituents. Indeed, the issue before us today is very personal for many people, so many of our constituents, but many of us as well. It is an issue which transcends party politics, and I want to thank colleagues from across the House who have shared their very personal stories with me. And I'm grateful to all colleagues who have studied the detail of the bill. It is, of course, essential that we come to a decision based on the content of what it actually says. And I've been pleased to work with members on all sides of the debate to ensure that this legislation is something that Parliament can be proud of. A cogent, workable bill that has one simple thread running through it: the need to correct the profound injustices of the status quo and to offer a compassionate and safe choice to terminally ill people who want to make it. I won't go into the amendments in detail, as I know that is not the purpose of this debate. But whether it's adding further safeguards and protections for patients through additional training around coercive control, or the addition of specialist expertise through the inclusion of multidisciplinary panels, widening the provision for professionals to opt out of the assisted dying process, providing additional employment protections, or prohibiting the advertising of assisted dying. Cross-party working has strengthened the bill. And the many safeguards, I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. What level of concern does it give her that since second reading and today, a growing canon of professionals and their independent professional bodies have urged great caution about this bill, not on the principle, but are opposed to the details of this bill and believe it should be defeated?
I thank him for his intervention. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think what he's saying is people have got different views, and they do have different views. We have different views in this House, and different people in different professions have different views. Every Royal College has a neutral position on assisted dying because of that. I've been pleased to work with members on all sides of the debate to ensure that this legislation is something that Parliament can be proud of. And the many safeguards in this bill ensure only terminally ill patients that are eligible under the strict criteria and who want to access assisted dying can do so.
I felt disturbed by quite a lot of the emails that I received from constituents, some of them who are my friends and who I like, implying that we here are either too stupid or careless to care for the most vulnerable. And is it not true that we all do, whatever the decisions we make today, and we have to continue to educate people and tell people what this bill is about?
I thank her for that intervention, and she's absolutely right. The detail does matter, and that's why I'm so grateful for colleagues who have engaged in the detail. We know that there are different views within the public, and we have to take on board the concerns of vulnerable groups, and that's why the safeguards are so important. But I would also say that there is no one more vulnerable than someone who is dying. I'm just going to make some progress. So patients must have an inevitably progressive illness or disease which cannot be reversed by treatment. And a person is not considered to be terminally ill only because they have a disability or a mental disorder. These clear, strict criteria, plus the multiple capacity assessments, exclude possible serious mental health disorders such as anorexia. I was also very pleased to support the change advocated for by Marie Curie and Hospice UK, which ensures an assessment of palliative and end-of-life care as part of the first report on the Act. We know from other countries, in no small part due to the 14-month inquiry by the Health and Social Care Select Committee, that palliative care and assisted dying can and do work side by side to give terminally ill patients the care and choice they deserve in their final days. It should not be an either-or for dying people. And we need to channel our energies into supporting all options for terminally ill people. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. As she knows, the leading experts in palliative care have come out to oppose the bill, and they point to the fact that hospices are underfunded and that they do not have the same ability to serve patients. So I do gently question whether we are in a position today to make a judgment that patients truly would have a choice at end of life.
I thank him for his intervention, but I would say, as I've said previously, people working in palliative care have a mixed range of views on this subject. And I've met with palliative care doctors. Some are very, very supportive of a change in the law because of the suffering they have seen. I'm just going to make some progress, if I may. But, Mr. Speaker, it is an either-or decision for us today. Either we vote for the safe, effective, workable reform contained in this bill, or we say the status quo is acceptable. Over recent months, I've heard hundreds of stories from people who have lost loved ones in deeply difficult and traumatic circumstances, along with many terminally ill people themselves. I spent some time with some of these families yesterday. They are real people with real stories, and they deserve to be heard. Adil's terminally ill father took his own life by buying drugs on the dark web. It was his third attempt, and Adil found him in a truly desperate state. He and his sister will never get over that night, or the police investigation which followed. Katie waved her mum off as she made the lonely and costly journey to Switzerland, where she had a peaceful and dignified death. But the family had no chance to say a proper goodbye, and her dad made the journey home grieving and alone. Others have had to watch their loved ones die harrowing deaths despite receiving excellent end-of-life care. Warwick's wife Anne had the maximum dose of sedative, but it wasn't enough to stop the choking and suffocation due to peritoneal cancer, and she begged him to help her put an end to her suffering. But he didn't want the last memory she had of him to be stood over her with a pillow. And there are many, many more. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, I have spoken to terminally ill people themselves. We've spent a lot of time talking about them, but not always with them. Pamela and Sophie both have terminal breast cancer and shared their stories yesterday. Pamela is a proud Christian who just wants to have choice when her time comes. And Sophie, who is allergic to opioids, wants to ensure her beautiful daughter has nothing but happy memories of their time together. Not supporting the bill today is not a neutral act. It is a vote for the status quo. And it fills me with despair, just one moment, and it fills me with despair to think MPs could be here in another 10 years' time hearing the same stories. And Mr. Speaker, I will.
That's really kind of you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I have to say I thought very, very carefully as someone that came into this House supporting this principle before voting against this bill at second reading. Can I just ask the honourable member to explain, there are differing views, but before MPs put their name not to this principle but to this specific bill, why are the vast majority of palliative care doctors, geriatricians and groups representing people with disabilities, eating disorders and domestic violence all in opposition not to this principle but to this bill? And that includes people who support the principle of assisted dying but not this specific bill. Can the honourable member explain their opposition?
I think we've kind of covered that point already, but these are not homogenous groups of people. They have different views and different opinions. And Mr. Speaker, if we look at the inconsistencies of the current law, it also just doesn't make sense. If someone with a terminal illness voluntarily stops eating and drinking, it is legal for them to starve themselves to death. A competent patient has the right to refuse foods and fluids even if they will die. The exercise of this right is sometimes proposed as an alternative to assisted dying. I suppose you could argue that starving yourself to death is one way of taking control at the end of your life. But it is a deeply traumatic experience for the person and their loved ones, and there are people here today who have direct experience of that. So we have a system, I'm going to make some progress. So we have a system where it is legal to starve yourself to death, which can take days or weeks, but it is not legal to seek assistance from a doctor to take an approved substance yourself to end your pain or suffering and take back control in your dying days. Mr. Speaker, it is also legal in this country to discharge yourself from medical care or refuse life-sustaining treatment, such as ventilation, CPR or antibiotics, as long as you have mental capacity to do so and make the decision of your own accord without any harassment from anyone else. You might think this is fine, and I agree. But there is no requirement for two doctors, a psychiatrist and a social worker, no lawyer and no judge. This is legal. And yet what is being proposed in this bill with so many more safeguards and protections is not. It simply does not make sense. I'm not going to take any more interventions because lots of people want to speak. And of course, there are the criminal offences which the bill introduces, none of which exist now, including life imprisonment for anyone who induces another person to take the approved substance, and 14 years in prison for coercion, dishonesty or pressure. Mr. Speaker, this is a robust process which goes further than any other piece of legislation in the world, and it is far safer and significantly more compassionate than what we have now. And if we look internationally, There are clear, well-established, safe, compassionate assisting dying laws in existence. On Tuesday, I joined doctors from Australia who used 3 key words repeatedly: choice, control and relief. Dr Greg Mewett has got 20 years' experience as a GP, 22 years as a palliative care physician, and he spoke about the thorough approach that he's taken to ensure safety and efficacy of the assisted dying process. Perhaps the most standout quote from that session came from Dr Jackie Davis, Chair of Healthcare Professionals for Assisted Dying. She said, "By introducing assisted dying, no more people will die, but far fewer people will suffer." Because, Mr Speaker, this is not a choice between living and dying. It is a choice for terminally ill people about how they die. And I fully appreciate that some colleagues would never vote for any version of this bill, and I'm respectful of that, despite disagreeing. But to those colleagues who are supportive of a change in the law, but are hesitant about if now is the time, if we don't vote for change in the law today, what does that mean? It means we have many more years of heartbreaking stories from terminally ill people and their families, of pain and trauma, I'm going to finish if that's okay, of suicide attempts, PTSD, lonely trips to Switzerland, police investigations, and everything else we've all heard of in these recent months. As the Commission on Assisted Dying said in 2011, 14 years ago, Mr Speaker, the current legal status of assisted dying in the UK is inadequate and incoherent. It outsources a healthcare issue abroad, especially to Dignitas, instead of the government and Parliament assuming responsibility. That was 14 years ago, and we are in exactly the same position today. Things have got to change. And as the government's impact assessment states, the bill will improve equity of choice, ensuring that terminally ill adults from all socio-economic backgrounds can access end-of-life options within a regulated and safe framework. So as I draw my comments to a close, Mr Speaker, there are essentially 2 ways we can look at the situation we're in. We can look through a legal lens. As legislators, we have a duty to change the law where it is failing. And when the last 4 directors of public prosecutions tell us that the law needs to change, surely we have a duty to listen. We need scrutiny before people die, not after. But most importantly, there is the human lens, which is how I approach most things. Giving dying people choice about how they die is about compassion, control, dignity and bodily autonomy. Surely we should all have the right, I'm going to finish shortly, surely we should all have the right to decide what happens to our bodies and decide when enough is enough. And of course, giving people the right to choose does not take away the right not to choose. So today we can vote with either our hearts or with our heads, Mr Speaker. But either way, we should end up in the same lobby. Because on a compassionate human level, and as responsible lawmakers, we should support this desperately needed reform that is rigorous, practical and safe, and is rooted in the principles that should underpin any legislation: compassion, justice and human dignity. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the bill now be read a 3rd time. Sir James Cleverly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have no doubt the vast majority, probably every single member and right honourable member in this House, is sympathetic with the underlying motivation of this bill, which is to ease suffering in others and to try and avoid suffering where possible. And for the most part, this debate, both in this chamber and in committee, has been good-natured and conducted in a way that I think we can be proud. There has been, of course, more widely, questions about the motivations, both of those who are proponents of the bill and of those who oppose the bill. And whilst this is not about any individual one of us, I think it's only fair, because some questions are asked, I want to put a few things on the record about my own position on this. I do not come at this from a religious point of view. I'm an atheist, I'm a humanist. So this is driven by my concerns about the practicalities of this bill rather than any religious viewpoint. And it has been suggested, particularly when people talk about the experience they have had talking to people who have lost loved ones or who are themselves terminally ill, that if you had seen, I've had this said to me on a number of occasions, if you had seen someone suffering, you would agree with this bill. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have seen someone suffering. My closest friend earlier this year died painfully of esophageal cancer, and I was with him in the final weeks of his life. So I come at this not from a position of faith, nor from a position of ignorance, and I would hope the House would take those factors into consideration when I say what I'm about to say.
Jim
Thank you for giving way. And on the TV last night, they did a survey of doctors, GPs, and the relationship between the GP and the patient is incredibly close. Your children come into the world, your grandchildren come into the world, your GP's involved. But whenever the GP has to deliver a diagnosis of terminal illness to the patient, it's not just the fear in the eyes of the patient, it's the fear in the eyes of the GP and the doctor, the friend we all have. And does he, right on, remember, does he recognise the importance of this debate today and this vote, because it will change forever that relationship of trust between the GP and the patient in a negative way that will never change ever again.
James Cleverly.
I mean, I will make reference to the broad point that he makes later on in my speech, and I would say I'm going to try not to take too many interventions, because many people have not had the chance to speak in this debate, and I want to give them the chance to do so. At the second reading debate, I made the point that we need to think about the detail of this bill and not just vote in accordance with the broad principles. I made the point that because it was a private member's bill, the opportunity to fundamentally change the bill is limited. So we have an enhanced duty to get it right first time. We were told at second reading that a lot of the concerns, a lot of the worries, a lot of the detailed questions would be resolved through the committee process. We were promised the gold standard, a judicially underpinned set of protections and safeguards. Those protections did not make it through committee. And I've also heard where people are saying, well, there are still problems, there are still issues, there are still concerns that I have. Well, the Lords will have their work to do. But I don't think it is right, and none of us should think that it is right, to subcontract our job to the other place. We are making an incredibly important, a fundamental change, as the Honourable Member for Strangford highlights, a fundamental change in the relationship between medical professionals and those they serve. And if we make that change, we will introduce perhaps only a small but a permanent question mark in the minds of every patient, particularly a patient that is discussing a serious injury, a serious illness, or perhaps a terminal diagnosis. What is this medical professional expecting of me? What are they thinking? Where are they? Where is their head? Rather than the situation we have at the moment where that patient knows that that medical professional is duty-bound to do no harm, to preserve life and dignity wherever possible. And that subtle change, will you forgive me? No, go on.
Dame Siobhan Macdonald.
On Tuesday, it is the second anniversary of my sister's death. 3 weeks prior to her death, we took her to hospital because she had a blood infection. And in spite of agreeing to allow her into intensive care to sort out that blood infection, the consultant decided that she shouldn't go because she had a brain tumour and she was going to die. She was going to die, but not at that moment. I'm sure Mr. Speaker can understand that a very big row ensued. I won that row. She was made well, she came home, and she died peacefully. What does the honourable gentleman think would happen in identical circumstances if this bill existed?
James Cleverly.
She asks me to speculate into a set of circumstances which are personal and painful, and I suspect she and I both know that the outcome could have been very, very different, and the moments that she had with her sister, just like the moments I had with my dear friend, those moments might have been lost. So as I say, we have got to recognise that this this is an important moment, and whilst I respect the Honourable Lady, I disagree with her assessment that it is now or never, and it is this bill or no bill.
Yeah.
And that a vote against this at third reading is a vote to maintain the status quo. None of those things are true. No. There will be plenty of opportunities, and indeed we are duty bound, and I think stimulated by this debate, which is why I don't criticise her for bringing it forward, stimulated by this debate, to have a serious conversation about palliative care, a serious conversation about how we get to that. And I know that many people will say, oh, these are not conflicting or contradictory positions. But we also know, and I'll come upon this in the speech, and I'm going to crack on because otherwise I'll get told off by Mr. Speaker. We know that there will be circumstances where assisted dying will be on a statutory basis and provision of palliative care will not.
Yeah.
And so, and we also have to address the point that, look, we can all pray in aid of individuals and institutions to reinforce our positions on this. But as I say, we can't subcontract our decisions. And yes, we can fish around for people to come up with the perfect quote that reinforces our arguments, but another 5 minutes on Wikipedia or on Google or with friends of ours in the medical profession will find another voice that opposes that. So yes, it is a mixed picture in the medical professions, but I am struck by virtue, I'm struck by the number of professional bodies which are neutral on the topic of assisted dying in general, but are opposed to the provisions within this bill in particular. And we can't just say, oh, well, they are neutral on assisted dying, so therefore this particular vehicle has to progress. Because we carry a responsibility. It's what we are sent here to do, and we need to take it very seriously. And we must be rigorous on the specific details in this bill. And just like the Honourable Lady, I don't have time to go through every single argument that was had through committee, second reading and beyond. But to ensure that we are rigorous, I think there are three fundamental questions that we should ask ourselves, not lean on our friends and colleagues, but ask ourselves and ensure we answer fully and honestly. Firstly, and then
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way on that point, and he will remember in 2021 he and I worked cross-party in terms of identifying the inequalities within certain communities and getting them to come forward with the issue around the COVID vaccination. Does he agree with me that one question we as parliamentarians need to ask ourselves, how is it right that some communities are not denied basic healthcare within the current system? How is it right that some communities don't have access to good palliative care? How is it right that some communities still have a mistrust of the medical profession? And how is it right that we are not listening to their voices?
James Cleverly. The Honourable Lady makes an incredibly important point. I will touch upon that briefly in the points. I'm not minded to take more interventions because otherwise I will steal time from others. So 3 questions we need to ask. Firstly, are we happy, not for this principle, but for this bill as drafted to become law? And there are many elements that I've already discussed are concerning. Within the criteria set out, medical professionals do not need to seek deeper motivation. We've said there is not a real choice between palliative care and assisted dying because one will have a statutory underpinning, the other will not. That, as I say, gold standard of protections were lost during the committee process because a number of professional bodies, and I will need to make space, a number of professional bodies have said they do not have the capacity, they do not have enough people to fill the slots that this bill demands of them. Secondly, in terms of fundamental changes, are members and right honourable members genuinely happy to write the blank cheque that this bill demands? Because it is normal for the Secretary of State of a government department to decide when a piece of legislation comes in force. and they make that decision based on the state's ability to deliver that legislation. Yeah. Commencement dates matter. Yeah. They are not just some arbitrary date on a piece of paper. And I understand the desire of people to make sure that this can't be kind of lost in the down the back of the sofa when it comes to government work. But when people upon whom we rely to deliver this say they are not ready and they don't feel they will be ready, they don't have enough people, they don't have enough capacity, they will have to take resource from current provisions to move across to this provision, which will be driven by a statutory requirement and a locked-in commencement date, we should listen. We should listen. And if the people who are going to make this work and work as well as we hope it will if it becomes legislation, say that they are not confident that they can make it happen, we should be very, very careful about demanding that they prioritise this. And that's what this legislation says. They prioritise this above any other work that they might otherwise do. And thirdly, and the Honourable Lady hinted at this, and I mentioned this in an intervention at earlier stages in this bill, when it comes to things like coercion, or when it comes to actually the pressure that individuals put on themselves, when it comes to medical professionals raising this issue, we know there are inequalities in health provision already, none of which I think will be addressed by this bill. But the point I've also made is we know there are certain communities and certain people within those communities, particularly women, who are overly deferential both to men and men in authority. And if we can genuinely say that we have no fear whatsoever that a potentially vulnerable woman will sit in front of a medical professional who raises assisted dying, and even without implying it is the right thing for her to do, the very fact that they bring it up will have a significant influence on that woman's thinking. So we cannot believe, as it stands at the moment, that this will have a completely neutral effect across all communities. This will be the last intervention.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. We've put safeguards into the bill that mean there is a panel that looks at those issues and will ask questions like, has your doctor persuaded you to do this? Do we honestly think that someone who is a social worker or who is a psychiatrist or who is a lawyer is totally incapable of finding coercion? That is exactly what that panel is there to do, and that is exactly what those safeguards will provide.
Sir James.
The Honourable Lady makes an important point, but I refer her to the question 2 that I put. Those bodies say they don't have the people to populate those panels. And yet they are demanded by the commencement date. So the fact is that the principle of having someone or a group of people protect against coercion is important. The idea, and I'm not just talking about coercion, I'm talking about how people perceive the question of people in authority. But the fact is, Royal Colleges, social workers have told us they don't believe they will be ready to put those guardrails in place by the commencement date, and we should listen to them. And Mr. Speaker, I will finish on this point. This is an important debate. It has stimulated an important conversation, and it is a conversation that demands our full attention. But I do not believe this bill is ready to go to the other place. And it is interesting that there are both proponents and opponents of this bill who are hoping the Lords will make significant changes to the bill. And that should set off alarm bells, surely. And then, Mr. Speaker, the final point. The final point is that ultimately, because this is such a fundamental change, we do need to make sure that we have that enhanced level of scrutiny about the detail of this bill. And I do not believe that even though, like all of us, we want to avoid suffering and alleviate suffering wherever possible, I do not believe we've had the opportunity to get this bill into a right shape, which is why I will be opposing this third reading, and I encourage others to do likewise.
The two opening speeches took longer. Now we come into the 5-minute, where I hope members will restrict themselves up to 5 minutes, and we're going to have a very good example of this, the Mother of the House, Diane Abbott.
This may be the most fateful bill that we discuss this Parliament. It is literally a matter of life or death. I've heard talk today about the injustices of the current situation. What could be more unjust than to lose your life because of poorly drafted legislation? We are hearing about panels. The people talking about panels presumably have not had much to do with them. I would not put my life or anyone dear to me life in the hands of a panel of officials. I would stress right from the beginning that it is perfectly possible to support assisted dying as I do, but not be prepared to vote for this bill. There is so much that is problematic about this bill. First of all, and I believe this is widely understood, there has not been enough time to debate it. Second of all, a bill of this seriousness should be given more time. Yes, of course.
Grateful. Does she find it rather peculiar that the previous Parliament spent 746 hours discussing the death of a fox and about 98 hours discussing the death of fellow humans?
Yeah.
Diane Abbott.
There has been a lot of talk about there is no evidence of coercion. There wouldn't be. Within the family in particular, the most powerful coercion is silence. It is the failure to answer when a question is put to you. And if police cannot spot coercion in a domestic violence situation, why can they be expected to spot coercion in an assisted dying situation? It has been pointed out by the Royal College of Pathologists and the former Chief Coroner that without a role for a coroner, this bill raises the possibility of foul play. But when an amendment was brought forward in committee to deal with it, it was opposed. This bill would allow private, for-profit contractors to run an assisted dying service with no profit cap and no transparency. But when an amendment was brought forward in committee to deal with this point, it was opposed. And we have heard, and we will hear over and over again in this debate, about choice. It may be choice this bill produces for those of us, like almost everybody in this House, who has, for the entirety of their adult life, been confident in dealing with authority and institutions. And even then, the bill would need amendment. But what choice does this bill hold for someone who all their lives has lacked agency, particularly in a family context, which may be particularly the case in certain cultures and communities. And what choice does this bill offer to those that lack access to good palliative care? As the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown has put it, our laws should not focus on the few who wish for assisted dying, but to...
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak for the first time on this bill. I didn't vote at second reading in November. The Honourable Lady for Spen Valley, in her opening speech this morning, said that we could choose to vote with our head or with our heart. And I'm afraid it is that tension, that conflict that I've been grappling with over the last few months. And I'm afraid I can't agree with the Honourable Gentleman, the Chairman of the Justice Select Committee, that this bill is stronger now than it was at second reading. My sympathy for the principle of assisted dying is as strong as it ever was. And the idea of facing a painful death or worse, watching a loved one in pain at the end of their life frightens me. But if there was one thing that frightens me more than that terrifies me, it is the idea that someone I love might choose to accelerate their deaths, imagining it to be one last act of kindness to those of us who care so deeply for them, to take away that opportunity for one last birthday together, or one last Christmas shed, or even something as simple as a picnic. Just one intervention.
Member for giving way. He's making a very powerful point, and on that point, can my honourable members foresee a circumstance where a child turns 18 with anorexia, decides to get assisted dying, and the first time the family hear about it is after they've died?
I'm afraid, as the father of a 17-year-old daughter, I can identify with that question. I can identify with that question a bit too directly. I should add, she doesn't suffer from anorexia, but of course it would, I think, terrify any parents that could ever happen. And I must continue. The Honourable Lady has intervened multiple times, because I think this really is the issue. I think the Honourable Lady, the sponsor of this bill, has done well with some of the safeguards around coercion, but I think the arguments around coercion, as we normally understand them from a legal point of view, really miss the point. We're not really, in general, talking about where someone with improper aims and motives is setting out to cause someone to take a course of action that they wouldn't otherwise take. This is much more subconscious, subliminal. It may be that wish to avoid being a burden, or it may be the actually reading too much into that doctor's suggestion when they raise perhaps you might wish to consider. Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, a few years ago I was seriously ill, and at the time I was at my illest, the doctor said I had a 90% chance of dying within weeks at that point. When I regained consciousness, there was nothing that the doctors suggested to me that I was arguing over, whether it was a test, whether it was an angiogram or any other procedure. And I don't know, even in my own circumstances, if I'd been in a position where assisted dying was a possibility and the doctor had raised it entirely neutrally, how I would have interpreted that. There have been some people in this debate who've spoken of those who place a high value on life, as if it is some preoccupation of the religiously obsessed. Now, I am a Christian. I'm a very middle-of-the-road Anglican. And whilst I don't take my faith lightly, my church has never told me how to vote on an issue, and it's certainly not going to tell me how to vote on this one. But I do appreciate that, particularly with my own experience, that life is precious, but you don't need to believe in an omniscient, omnipresent God to hold that view that life is precious, and we should only take measures to shorten it very, very carefully. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said at the start, this bill I don't believe has got better. There are serious concerns around it. I genuinely don't know whether it is possible to put in adequate safeguards to make sure that that assisted dying can be available for the cases where we'd all like it, but which would safeguard those difficult cases, the ones that the Mother of the House spoke so powerfully about in her very impressive and meaningful speech. But what I do know is that if there is a way, this bill doesn't do it. Yeah. And that's why I will be voting against this afternoon.
David Smith.
I wanted to express concerns I had with this bill around coercion, commercialisation and the pressure on people feeling a burden. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time in that debate, and there isn't really that much time today either. But during that debate, the House was repeatedly reassured by some members that the bill was about to undergo a rigorous scrutiny process in Bill Committee. The question at second reading that we were most implored to consider was, we were told, do we want to keep talking about the bill? Indeed, the Right Honourable Member for Goulin Pocklington, is not in his place, said it best when he said, I quote, "I say to both the bill's sponsors that it has a number of areas that they know I think they have to put right, about a dozen in truth." Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems to me that while the time for talking is quickly running out, this bill remains far from ready, and too many concerns remain partially or wholly unaddressed. These things have not been put right. Let me just highlight 3 of those issues that I was originally concerned about. Firstly, on the issue of coercion. 7 months on from second reading, the bill still doesn't even define dishonesty, coercion or pressure. Let me say it again clearly, it doesn't define coercion. And if we as legislators cannot do that, then who will? Furthermore, with the exclusion in the bill of assisted deaths from the coronial system, a vital opportunity has been missed to include the investigative oversight that would be most likely to spot coercion, even if it was after the fact of assisted dying. Indeed, I'll move on. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the marketisation of assisted dying is something that worries me greatly, and I don't believe it's been properly addressed in this bill. We already know from last week that there is a loophole in the advertising ban where future Secretaries of State for Health could decide to launch public health information campaigns on TV, online and GP surgeries outlining the option of assisted dying. Even worse, in my view, is the certain involvement of private commercial interests in assisted dying. When we combine the known costs to the state from the impact assessment and the unknown costs, the limited resources currently available within the NHS, and the conscientious objection of large swathes of doctors, which is surely inevitable, we can foresee that assisted dying will be largely privatised. Commercial operators with shareholders and the desire to maximise profit will inevitably be delivering assisted death. In such circumstances, they will find ways to grow their revenue, including through marketing it, however subtly. Thirdly, the issue of feeling a burden. In the second reading debate, my friend, the Honourable Member for Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy, raised the issue of Washington State, where 59% of those going through with an assisted death in a similar process to this one did so because, I quote, they feared being a burden to family, friends or caregivers. There's been no meaningful response to this argument, in my opinion, from those in favour to the bill. I ask colleagues in favour to consider this scenario if we pass the bill. An older relative knows that assisted death is now possible. They know that their family is struggling to get by in difficult economic circumstances. They have a health condition with a prognosis of 5 months to live, even though studies show that most of these prognoses are wrong about 50% of the time. What will stop our parents or grandparents from deciding to seek assisted dying purely in order to do the right thing by their loved ones? Or I'm nearly finished. Or for that matter, what will stop relatives anxious to receive their inheritance from subtly pushing the option of assisted death? To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, as legislators, the responsibility falls on us in this place to create outstanding legislation that provides clarity, certainty and benefit to our constituents and to the country at large. Yet all of my concerns from the start of this process still remain. Indeed, they have only grown. I just add this final point. We have repeatedly heard today that there is no alternative to this bill, that the status quo is an alternative. Well, we have agency in this place. The choice that we're making today is actually a big change to the status quo. So why can we not do other things? It is not simply a choice between this bill or nothing else. So therefore, I will be voting against it, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Kicks Malthouse.
Those of us who come here today to support this bill don't come, as some have accused us, to speak lightly of life and death. We come here to recognise that this House has a responsibility to draw lines where there are none. And for many of us who've campaigned for many years, as the Honourable Lady from Hackney, the Mother of the House, said, to give voice to dying people, not because they want to be rescued, because time and time again they're begging us for mercy. And it's worth reiterating that this bill is not about choosing death. It's about choosing how to face it when death is already at the door. It's about that final chapter of life, that short chapter of life, a chapter that so many of our constituents have told us time and time again that they write in pain, in fear, and in desperation. And we're here today to ask a simple question in essence, which is the law, in those final, often agonising moments, is the law to be a barrier? Are we to be a barrier? Or are we here to be a companion? To assist those people to fulfil their dying wishes. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe in autonomy, I believe in dignity, but more than that, I believe in compassion governed by care, not chaos. And that's what the current system lacks. Right now, friends, we live with the cruel illusion, as the Honourable Lady for Spen Valley said, the cruel illusion that doing nothing is neutral. And it is not. And those who have objected to this bill are conspicuous in not saying that they accept the status quo for however long this bill may take to reappear if it fails. And we know, and we've heard again and again stories of people forced to travel abroad, to die in lonely circumstances. We see loving spouses prosecuted for holding the hand of someone they've loved for 50 years. We see lonely suicides, Madam Deputy Speaker, in quiet suburban bedrooms. Lives ended not because of terminal illness, but because of a lack of legal options. This bill brings order where there is confusion, it brings safeguards where there is silence, and it replaces secrecy with structure and fear with honesty. And notwithstanding the claims that are being made today and elsewhere, it has been built in the right way. This House has, in all its forms of legislation, taken its duty seriously. The bill has gone through detailed scrutiny in committee. Concerns about coercion, training, eligibility and oversight have been met head-on and addressed through carefully considered amendments. The panel model that we have now was shaped because of those concerns to ensure the right expertise, legal oversight and continuous consent checks are in place from beginning to end. This is how Parliament should legislate. Carefully, collaboratively and with humility in the face of complexity. Now, to those who worry about coercion, I would say this. The greatest risk of coercion is under the status quo. Today, there are no checks, no panels, no oversight. We do not know who is choosing freely because there is no system to ask and no conduct to examine. To those, and we've heard the argument about a slippery slope, I would say this as well. This law is very tightly drawn. There is no constitutional pathway here for expansion by stealth. Any change would require this House, us, to decide again. It cannot drift. It cannot slide. It is anchored in law and in the authority of this place. And to those who talk about misdiagnosis, also this bill requires 2 independent doctors, clear clinical criteria and a final check at the point of delivery. And even then, the person must still be mentally competent and willing. At every step, the answer can be no. But at last, there will be the possibility of a choice. And for those who say, often movingly, what if the patient lives longer than expected? I would say then, good. They live, right? Because this law does not force a single death. It simply allows a dying person to decide when enough is enough. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll finish with this. I've sat with dying friends. I've watched the slow unwinding of bodies that once held vigour, humour and pride, and I've seen families trying to honour the unspoken wishes of someone too far gone to speak. And I would finally say this. We do not honour life by prolonging suffering. We honour life by giving it meaning and power. And the one thing that dying people ask for in their agonising final moments is control over the disease that is destroying them. The status quo, my friends, is completely unacceptable. Whatever you think of this bill, it's indisputable that it is an improvement on what we have now, and I urge you to support it.
Kevin McKenna.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And thank you to everyone who's contributed to this debate inside and outside the House. There has been a great deal of passion in this debate. Sometimes that passion flares up and it obscures the deep and profound levels of compassion that we all have in debating this really intense and personal subject. And how each of us faces death is deeply personal. The decisions surrounding it must honour every individual's dignity and their choice. Our goal must be to ensure all patients are protected, and while empowering people at the end of their life with greater autonomy and agency to make choices that are right for them. Having spent many, many years as an intensive care nurse in the NHS, I've witnessed the realities of end-of-life care countless times. I've seen patients find peace in their final days, but also patients who've been unconscious or unaware that their death was coming. And I've seen others endure pain and anxiety that no palliative intervention, none, will alleviate for them. These experiences have deeply influenced my perspective on assisted dying. They have reinforced my belief that individuals should all have the autonomy to make decisions about such personal and a profound part of their lives, the end of their life, and their ability to make these decisions is to me fundamental to dignity at the end of life. Consent must always be freely given, fully informed and revocable at the time, and this is true right now for anyone who is agreeing or deciding not to undertake onerous, painful care and treatment that may be said by medical staff and clinical staff to save and extend their lives. Every one of us can refuse that currently. And it's so important to understand this because we've had lots and lots of discussions about coercion. But I have to lay it in front of colleagues in this House. There's a lot of coercion in the system currently. Families, well-meaning families, clinicians, well-meaning clinicians, actually provide a degree of coercion. And clinicians and clinical teams and multidisciplinary teams are set up to try and detect that, to have those conversations with patients, to really get to the nub of what the patient's real wishes are. And I have a lot of faith in my clinical colleagues that actually together and with a collective action in the multidisciplinary teams and the way that healthcare works today, that is the case. And that's why I'm really, really pleased that in the extensive debates around this bill, and particularly in committee stage, we've gone on from not only having a judge making a decision, but moving on to a panel. Because this reflects the best practice in clinical work, that we have a multidisciplinary team, a multidisciplinary approach, really assessing what the patient wants and how it can best fit. No, and I won't give way. So after all of this debate, and I know people, many colleagues have talked about whether this debate has been too short, too long, too complicated, not complicated enough. I've heard comments about, is this ready to hand on to the House of Lords? I believe it is, to be clear. In all of those debates, I think it's really important to remember that it hasn't just been during the case of this Parliament that we've been debating this. This has gone on for decades. I remember very, very clearly when I was a student nurse, a really strong advocate for palliative care who was teaching us and he was very dead set against assisted dying. And his argument was that if we bring in assisted dying, it will mean that palliative care will never get the funding and the resources that it needs. Something so many people have said now. I have to say, that was nearly 30 years ago. And we've not grasped that nettle as a country. And I really hope at the end of this debate, the commitment that almost every member of this House has said to make palliative care work and be accessible for everyone in this country, we can finally bring to fruition. But it is not a reason to not have assisted dying, because that's the choice of many people in Britain, the choice of many people in this country. And I think, I want that to be the choice for me. If that's the case, I get to that point in my life, I want that choice available to me. And I know that some members that will be true for. Other members do not want to ever have that choice. It needs to be there. So I want people to think about themselves as well. All right. It's important to think about that as well, because sometimes we think it's selfish as members of Parliament to think about what we may need. But in truth, it's fundamental, because this is about the individuals, and this is about each of us at that moment of the end of life. So really, I think this bill is much stronger than it was at the start, and I was already convinced it was the right thing to vote for. I really think it's ready to hand on to our colleagues in that other place. I know that many of the public are behind us, and I really commend this bill in its current form at third reading. I'll be voting for it, and I hope many other people will be too.
Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as I say, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, though I will reach a slightly different conclusion to him. And may I just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that though she's not in the chamber, can I remark on the principled stand of the lady for Lewisham North, not only today, but for her decision last night, and I think it will stand her in good political stead. Madam Deputy Speaker, my colleagues and I will be voting against third reading today, and that should come as no surprise to honourable and right honourable members in this House. We don't do it from a party political perspective, though we will all act as one. We don't do it because of a whip, though we will act as one out of our common but personal faith. But we are equally assured that our beliefs won't be a determining factor today. We understand that in parliamentary terms, just because we hold a view doesn't mean that everyone in this room will hold the same view, and our votes are equal. But we are right to know that the question before us today is not on principle or not on any bill, it is on this bill. And when we heard honourable and right honourable members say very clearly and very forcefully at second reading that they wish to start the parliamentary process to see how it evolved, to see how this legislation could be strengthened, to see what safeguards could be put in place, we are assured that this bill is in a worse position today, Madam Deputy Speaker, than it was at second reading. We heard 61 honourable and right honourable members specify judicial involvement in this process. We heard another 20 talk about and articulate their support for this legislation on the basis of legal safeguards, yet they are gone. We have been honourable in listening, but I think we honourably have to reflect that this bill is not where it should be. That the assurances that were offered during second reading have been removed. That the balance that was promised on the bill committee was not there. That the protections that were offered and suggested have been stripped away. Madam Deputy Speaker, I spoke to a constituent just yesterday, and she told me that when she was diagnosed for cancer for the first time, she approached it with a level of determination that surprised her, and she survived. And when she was diagnosed the second time, she approached it with a level of despair that had this bill been available to her then, she would have availed of it. She would have satisfied the conditions on the basis of medical advice at that time. And yet she was telling me this story yesterday, and that diagnosis was in 2012. The quote that I shared at second reading is as true today as it was said 120 years ago. Medicine is the science of uncertainty and the art of probability. There is nothing that can be determined to the point of legal certainty or, for our perspective, moral certainty. And so I want to say to colleagues across the House, not those who, like me, have a defined and determined position, a principled position from which you will not yield, but for those who are actively thinking about what to do
today. I say to the parliamentarians, the parliamentary process has not served us well. Whatever about the length of time the House of Lords will debate and vote upon each and every amendment we have not, and we are not allowed. To the socialists in this chamber, you speak proudly of the values of the NHS, you speak proudly of the values of welfare, and you want to stand up for those principles, so think about what you do today. To the internationalists, it is not in your tradition to turn the other cheek or walk on the other side of the road. You do not turn your back on the weak and the vulnerable, on the oppressed and the burdened, so please do not do it today. This bill and your say on it will be final, but the final say that you have today will be final in a much more fundamental way for our constituents and for our loved ones throughout this United Kingdom. I ask you to approach this bill and your perspective on it on the basis of your principles alone. To the trade unionists, what do the trade unions say? Those royal colleges, college after college after college, expressing their concerns, expressing their fear, expressing their trepidation for how they will not stand over their members in pursuit of this bill. They have concerns, and we don't need to think in the abstract. In this chamber, we voted for medicinal cannabis. How many medicinal practitioners are prescribing it? They're not, because their trade unions, their governing bodies, do not support them or ensure them in that endeavour. This bill is not what has been outlined, not what has been promised, and not as good as this chamber could make it. And on those bases and the principles that I know many of you hold so dear, I hope you reflect honourably, not only on what you said at second reading, but to yourselves, on the basis of the principles of socialism or internationalism or trade unionism that you have, and do what we will do. Vote for light, vote for hope, and vote for life.
Colleagues can see how busy the chamber is, and they will understand that not everybody is going to get in. But if speeches are longer than 5 minutes, and even fewer colleagues will get in. Dr. Becky Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many thanks to my colleagues across the House for bringing thought and sensitivity to the debates and the committee time for this bill. I often think that this place does not show the best of us, but in the passage of this bill, I have heard considered debate, and I have observed people listening to each other on both sides of the argument. And as a new MP, reflecting on how this place currently legislates and how it could evolve and improve, I think that this brings learnings in and of itself. Assisted dying was never going to be an issue without controversy, and there has been much to consider. For my contribution to the debate, I would like to take a few minutes to outline why, as a medical doctor specialising in public health, I am supportive of this bill. Within this, I will also include some brief reflections on the issues of safeguarding and provision of end-of-life care that have been raised by my constituents in Worthing West. In public health...
Honourable friend give way?
Oh, I will. Go for it, yes.
Honourable friend for giving way. She speaks of the views of her constituents at a very well-attended public meeting of my constituents in Dartford just before second reading. One of the key things that they wanted an answer to was how this bill can prevent vulnerable people from being coerced into taking a decision to end their lives. Would the Honourable Lady agree that this bill, as it's gone through Parliament, has strengthened the safeguards against coercion, and that, in the words of the impact assessment on the bill now, says we have the strongest safeguards in this bill of any jurisdiction in the world?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I do agree, and I'll come to that later in my remarks. So in public health, we focus primarily on prevention care for the population. In other words, we take decisions using the best available evidence that have the potential to impact the health of thousands, if not millions of people. There is almost always a trade-off with these decisions, quite often one that sees the label of nanny state thrown our way. That is because we deal with choice and freedoms on a population level. So with the assisted dying bill, I ask myself the following. Which population is this legislation for, and what are the needs of this population? And what freedoms and choices are we being asked to legislate for? In terms of the people for whom this bill will be relevant, it is a narrowly defined population that I can very clearly see have specific needs. That is to say, it is people coming to the end of their life with a terminal illness. Again, in public health, at this point in our consideration, we are often met with, as we have already heard, the slippery slope argument. If you legislate for this group of people, it won't stop there. But the criteria to be considered for assisted dying are clear in this bill, and I have in fact heard from constituents who think that it is potentially too narrow. But that is not what is in front of us today, and any change by future parliaments will have to go through another legislative process. Looking at the needs of this population, numerous concerns have been raised in this area, both from a safeguarding perspective and in the provision of end-of-life care. Constituents and fellow parliamentarians have voiced unease at the thought of coercion in this space. If a person meets the criteria for this bill but does not wish to access assisted dying, will they be coerced into doing so by a person or persons with a malign intent? In public health, we often refer to this balance as the precautionary principle. We are supportive of people having a particular choice, but need to be satisfied that in allowing this choice, the risk of harm is minimised. In the context of assisted dying, this translates into taking extra precaution to ensure legislation does not lead to unintended consequences and abuse, and there has been much debate on this. These are reasonable and valid concerns, and I think they have been met with reasonable responses in this bill. Safeguarding measures have been specified in terms of clinician awareness and support and training, referral mechanisms for any concerns, multidisciplinary board oversight, a specific disability advisory board, independent advocates, and multiple discussions to assure all parties that the person comes to this decision of their own volition. The second area around the needs of this population, end-of-life care, is a profound professional commitment for the people who provide it. My heartfelt thanks go to the healthcare teams in my constituency who have reached out during this process to tell me extraordinary stories of compassion, joy and hope brought to people in their final days. They have also reinforced the fact that excellent end-of-life care should be a standard offering in our healthcare system, and that this is not currently the case. As with public health, end-of-life care is often seen as the nice-to-have rather than the essential part of our health system that it actually is.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I thank my honourable friend, and I have the pleasure of sitting with her in the Health and Social Care Select Committee. I am well aware, as she is, that palliative care is not where it should be, and that's one of the reasons I'm voting against this bill today. Because we know, as she knows from a public health lens, that there are social determinants of health. But surely we can't be voting for measures today that will be leading to a social determinant of an early death.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, but this bill is not about negating end-of-life care. If anything, it is shining a spotlight on it and saying that care, dignity and choice at the end of our lives is what should be afforded to us all. Which brings me to my final thoughts on legislating for choice, our freedom from and freedom to. Currently, if you would like to choose assisted dying, this choice is only open to you if you have sufficient financial resources, which is an equity issue. If you are financially poor, terminally ill and nearing the end of life, you do not have the freedom to choose assisted dying. That does not mean, of course, that you will, but this legislation will allow an equitable choice for this defined group of people. So much of public health, Madam Deputy Speaker, is determined by legislation, and the underpinning premise is that you are creating a safe environment for a population within which individuals can make their informed choice. I think that this bill creates those conditions, and therefore, as a public health physician, I am satisfied that I can vote for it. Ultimately, a good death is something that we all want for ourselves and for those we love and care for. My vote is for this bill based on the arguments I've laid out today, but my broader vote and voice will always be for compassion, understanding and continuing constructive dialogue to ensure that we do our best to improve the lives of the people that we serve until their dying day.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many points have been made already today, so I won't cover them all, but allow me briefly to associate myself with the words of the Right Honourable Member for Belfast East, whose powerful speech summarised for many of us the points that we've seen, and the words of the Honourable Member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, whose questions have got to the heart of this matter. Because this bill is about many different things, but actually fundamentally it is about two things. It is about power and it's about trust. It's about the power over life and death, not just over ourselves, because we already have the power to end our own lives. It's called suicide. It is not a crime. It hasn't been a crime in this country for decades. This is a different power. This is about the power of the state through its agents to exercise power over life and death. Yes, agreed. yes, approved of in advance, but when the state takes a life, even with consent, that is a huge shift in the relationship between the individual and the state. It is a transformation in the way in which power lies, and we should be fully conscious what it is that is being done. So that's why this debate needs, frankly, a little bit more honesty. Because we've heard the blandishments and the warm words of euphemism of assisted dying. But the truth is, this isn't assisted dying. Assisted dying is what a hospice does already, today, now. Right. Helping people, caring for people, supporting them. This is assisted killing or assisted suicide, depending on which word you choose. But honesty in language is important. If we're not even willing to be honest with ourselves in this place, how on earth can we expect the courts, when they have to look at the cases, to consider the questions that we've debated? Because to all honourable and right honourable friends, and you are all friends, in a debate like this we're all friends because we're all seeking the right answer for our country. The truth is, this is the last time we're going to talk about it. This is the last time we're going to have actual authority over these words. And no matter what interviews you've heard, no matter what assurances you have seen given in words today or over the last few weeks, the truth is, the only thing that matters is the words in black and white in that document, because they are the words that are going to be interpreted by judges for years to come. They are the words that are going to give power. I won't give away. Those are the words that are going to give power to ministers, to the Secretary of State, to exercise his or her discretion with the most cursory of oversight from this place. So let's be absolutely clear what we're choosing to do. Let's be absolutely clear that it is on us, it is our responsibility to think not just for those who have options, for those who have power, for those who will not be intimidated, but it is for us to think about those who will be, for the weak, for the vulnerable, for the ones who the mother of the house referred to, for those communities in our country who already don't trust the health service, who reject vaccination, who don't choose to come early for cancer diagnosis, and for whom we already see worst health outcomes. We need to be thinking of them, because choosing to make that gap greater is not just choosing to enable some to access care. It is actually actively rejecting others in our community who should seek care but won't because of the fear that this will raise in their hearts. We need to think really hard about that. And I say to those who say there'll be no change, I say to those who say this is it, there can be no further change, the closest legal equivalent to this is the Canadian bill. The closest legal equivalent to us is the Canadian Parliament. The closest equivalent to the National Health Service is the Canadian health system. And so I give you the words, I'm not giving away. So the Honourable Lady has spoken for many hours. I'm speaking for 5 minutes. The experience of Roger Foley, a Canadian living with a degenerative condition, warns us. As Canada has expanded its assisted dying law, I have faced neglect, verbal abuse, and denial of essential care. I have been told my care needs are too much work and my life has been devalued. Worse still, I have been approached and told by healthcare staff to consider opting for medical aid in dying. Instead of offering compassionate support to alleviate my suffering, it is suggested that I should end my life. Sadly, this is not the only example we've heard of it. We've heard of veterans with PTSD, we've heard of others with limited conditions. And today, sadly, we've even said that those who merely feel pressure are allowed to access this service. Honourable friends have a real choice, but when that first 18, 19-year-old, when that first individual goes and asks for this, it will be we who made that decision. It will be on our consciences and it will be a decision that has fundamentally changed the relationship between the individual and the state in a way that can never be reversed.
Jen Craft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in opposition to this bill. What we are doing today is not voting on the principle of assisted dying. It is voting on a piece of legislation. We do not exist in a vacuum, Madam Deputy Speaker. What happens in this House has real-world consequences. And I speak from a place that I'm oh too aware of how unequal our society, how unequal our medical system, and how unequal our institutions are in their treatment of disabled people. The Honourable Member for Lewisham North spoke at length and very movingly of her own journey towards finding this bill something that she could not vote for due to her experience in prolonged engagement with disabled people and disabled people's organisations. In my personal experience, I know that the value that our medical establishment places on certain lives is less than the value that it places on others. When I was given the diagnosis of my daughter's Down syndrome, the next thing that the midwife said to me after "I'm so sorry" was, "I can book you a termination within 48 hours. This is a choice that so many women make because they are ignorant of the value of disabled lives. And my daughter, I've had to fight for so many things for her because the establishment does not see her life as valuable. Madam Deputy Speaker, in this country, you can terminate a pregnancy up to 39 weeks and 6 days if they have a condition that is so horrific like Down syndrome or cleft palate or limb difference because of the value that we place on different lives. So, I do support the principle of assisted dying, yes, but I cannot support this bill because what we are doing, we cannot legislate against discrimination. We cannot legislate out inherent bias. However, what we can do, we can legislate for safeguards. We can legislate for safety. We can legislate that those that are treating the people that we love, that those that are offering assisted dying, we can legislate to make sure that the most vulnerable in society, people like my daughter, people who I know, that the medical establishment and institutions and society already view as second class in so many ways, are not met when having to face a decision, are either coerced, are given ill advice, and like my honourable friend, the member for Bexley Heath, has been at pains to point out to myself and others, do not have the adequate safeguards in place. There is talk about, I'm afraid I will make progress, but I do thank her for her interruption. There is her intervention, my apologies. There are panels. We have been told there are panels that will safeguard against this, that they will take into account all the circumstances of someone, whether or not they have capacity. However, these panels may opt in exceptional circumstances, which the bill does not set out what these exceptional circumstances are, to not even meet the person to whom they are discussing. And we know that the panels do not allow for family members and carers and those who know that person, if they have limited capacity, if they have a learning disability, if they are unable to make certain decisions themselves, to play a role in that process or have any right to appeal. Absolutely. So my plea to members across this House, if you have not yet decided, or if you think, I support this in principle, but I am concerned about this, or I have worries about this, or, oh, I think that might be okay. It is not our role to send a bill to the other place, to send a bill out into the world, hoping that others will do our job for us, hoping that it will all just come out in the wash. That is a dereliction of our duty as members of Parliament. If you have any concerns about this, now is the time to vote against it. You must do that. You must not think someone else will do your job for you. It is our decision. This is what we are voting for today. So I urge all members of this House to vote against this.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to speak today in this important debate on an issue that exemplifies why I chose to get into politics and come to this place. To be part of big decisions, taken in tune with public opinion, listening to evidence, and with the goal of making our residents better off. And I have no doubt that all right honourable and honourable members here today intend to make their residents better off. But in this case, tragically, better off means suffering less and giving them agency in the most painful moment of their lives. This bill before us addresses a situation where the status quo is utterly unacceptable. I hope that we can all agree in this place that the stories we've heard from the families of those who have watched a loved one die in pain, or of the fear that someone with a terminal diagnosis facing the prospect of an agonising death, are heartbreaking. The choice we have with this legislation is whether we choose to do something about that status quo or not. Rejecting this bill, imperfect as it may be, will continue the pain of those who are let down by the current laws, guaranteed victims of a system that is letting them down. I'll make some progress, thank you. I start by making the somewhat unusual case that this issue for which we're gathered here on a Friday, giving up bake sales and constituency surgeries, is not actually quite the big deal it has been whipped up to be by both proponents and opponents. I do not believe we are considering a fundamental change in the relationship between doctor and patient. I do not believe we are changing the relationship between the state and the individual, or stepping onto a slippery slope, nor unpicking the very purpose of the NHS, as some may have suggested. We are simply here to give those who already face terrible decisions, doctors, patients and their families, a real choice of how to face those decisions and protection in the law from choices that are already being made today. I will make some further progress. This bill simply gives the choice to those who will die, and those eligible will die soon, the manner and timing of their death, and it protects doctors and families from legal repercussions at such a tragic time. This is not a bill about the choice between life and death. It is the choice of how and when we will die, should we want it. This is the ultimate choice. We speak sometimes of the right to choose, of the right to decide how one might bring life into this world. A debate about which on Tuesday this chamber showed there is huge majority in favour of the right of the individual. We have a chance to neatly bookend the week by establishing the existential right of the individual, when given a terminal diagnosis, to be given the right to choose how one might exit this earthly realm. I will make some progress. Today, due to the extraordinary coverage of the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, who has given us a once-in-a-generation opportunity for this place to catch up with public opinion, and I truly believe we can take one more step forward towards regaining public trust and confidence in this system. When public polling shows overwhelmingly time and time again that the public back this change, between 70 and 75% in the latest polls released, I implore those on the fence to at least listen to public opinion, if not my words.
What do you give way?
I will continue. Thank you. Nothing I say, however, is intended to simplify this issue, and I acknowledge the fears of many that the palliative care sector is not funded sufficiently for there to be a rational and viable choice between managed care at the end of life with a choice to end your own. I welcome, therefore, the inclusion of Amendment 21, which matches my own priority for the improvement of palliative care. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the heart-wrenching words of Decca Aikenhead, who wrote in the Times newspaper last week, and which I found particularly moving, critics of the bill have begun to frame the debate as if leaving the law as it stands does not hurt anyone. It does. Opponents worry about speculative hypothetical victims, but the status quo creates indisputable real-life victims. I'm close to closing, sorry. The bill's opponents portray it as cruel, heartless and macabre. I wish they could have sat at her friend Charlotte's bedside and heard her groan, "Let me die," and seen what cruel, heartless and macabre actually looks like. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is the right thing to do. It has been scrutinised, amended and debated. This bill is ready. Please vote in favour of it today to give our residents a choice.
If colleagues don't want me coughing at the end of their speech, it's best to keep them under 5 minutes. Maureen Burke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This House has heard many personal stories over the course of this bill. Seeing a loved one die, a long, protracted death, is not an experience that I would wish upon anybody. But once it has happened to you, the memory never fades. There are many very important technical, legal and medical aspects of this bill that are essential to ensure that it operates in the safest way possible. But supporting the principle of personal agency over a dignified death comes from the heart and the personal experiences of each and every one of us. I am aware that the Scottish Parliament has its own legislation in progress on this very difficult issue, but I wish to share my own story with this House today to help in the decision that it must take. My brother David was 52 years old when he arrived at work one day, and the manager in the shop floor told him he looked pale. He had worked a tough physical job for 30 years and was a strong, full of life man. His manager was so concerned at David's pallor that he took him straight to the hospital. After 2 weeks in hospital, he was given the devastating diagnosis of an advanced stage of pancreatic cancer. Over the next 18 months, David tried everything he could to stay alive. However, after an unsuccessful operation to try and remove the cancer and taking part in trials for new drugs, he slowly began to lose mobility. The last few months of his life were lived at home in a hospital bed, and the strength and resilience of his wife Jackie to take care of him day in, day out remains an inspiration to me. As David's health declined, his painkillers increased further and further. His painkillers became so strong that he could no longer speak, and we did not know if he could hear us. His body became skeletal and his speech gradually disappeared. And one of the last times when he still was able to speak, he called out to me from his bed and told me if there was a pill that he could take to end his life, he would very much like to take that. He would suffer in silent pain for a further 3 weeks. He could never have known that I would ever have the opportunity to stand in this place and ask colleagues to make sure that others don't go through what he went through. I've done right by my brother by speaking here today. Yeah. What David needed was a humane, safe and trusted process available to him at home. That would give him agency over his last weeks and months. That is what this bill offers. That is the choice that this House is finally today in a position to give those suffering from terminal illness, and I commend the bill to this House.
Yeah. So, Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to follow the Honourable Lady and many others who've given brave testimony of their own personal experience in this matter. And I want to join the tributes to the Honourable Lady for Spen Valley, who I think has conducted herself with decency, dignity and compassion throughout this process. But I have heard her and others say that the decision we have to make today is whether or not we are in favour of the status quo, and I respectfully disagree. Our job as legislators is to consider rigorously the proposed legislation before us, and those who propose it bear the burden of persuading us that this is the right change to make, and not a change that may bring problems as big or bigger than those we are trying to solve. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've spent nearly 30 years in this place that makes our laws and practising in the courts that administer them. I've had ministerial responsibility for sentencing and for the Crown Prosecution Service. I have faith in our system of laws, but I've also seen the limitations on our ability to avoid the negative consequences of the laws we make, however hard we try. So very often, the legislative decisions we take are about a balance of risks. In this case, the risk of not changing the law is that we leave some of our constituents in pain where it could be avoided and expose their loved ones to the fear of prosecution for acts of love and mercy. I acknowledge that risk, and I have felt the anguish and the desperation of those who want this bill to pass for the very best of motives. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, good people can come to different conclusions on the balance of risks here. And I think that we take a bigger risk in changing the law, and that is because of the signal we send in the legislation we pass. Signals sent by changes in the law matter. When Parliament changes the law, it brings consequences for those who break the new law, but it also intends to change behaviour. Creating new criminal offences, or increasing maximum sentences, or even strengthening regulations are acts that we hope everyone will take notice of and behave differently as a result, because they recognise that Parliament, on behalf of society as a whole, is signalling its disapproval of certain actions or practices. So if that is true for legislation that makes unlawful what was previously lawful, why shouldn't the same be true for legislation that makes lawful something that was previously unlawful? We are sending a signal there too, that society, through Parliament, believes that something which we used to think was unacceptable is now acceptable. In this case, that assisting someone to die is now something of which we approve. Now, I believe that is bound to have an impact on those who, in great distress at the end of their lives, may already be thinking it would be better if they were out of the way. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not want to live in a society where anyone, including the terminally ill, is encouraged in the belief that their lives are not valuable and valued to their very last moments. And I fear that this bill, though not its intent, brings such a society closer. And that is why I cannot support it.
Preet Gill.
Deputy Speaker, and as we consider whether to put this bill into law, we must reflect on our solemn duty as legislators to protect the well-being of our communities and safeguard them from harm. And there has been much debate about giving people choice, what happens in other jurisdictions, and matters of faith and principle. And I've heard from nearly 1,000 constituents, the vast majority of whom oppose the bill for a range of reasons. I too oppose the bill at second reading, and I set out my concerns, including those of principle, but also of major concern about safeguarding. And as an ex-Children's Services manager with over 18 years frontline experience, far from issues of safeguarding being improved in committee, many of the provisions have actually been weakened. And my concerns are clear, actually very similar to the Right Honourable Member from Chingford and Woodford Green. The High Court stage safeguard was removed from the bill, fundamentally altering the basis on which members voted at second reading. And both the panels that replaced the court approval and the voluntary assisted dying commissioner who would oversee them are new and untested concepts. They would not have the powers or functions of a court or tribunal. They would not be required to question witnesses and could not compel them to attend. And the doctors who are intended to have assessed people's capacity and freedom to choose an assisted death would not give evidence on oath. And there would be nobody to cross-examine them. And the new assisted dying commissioner would run the assisted dying system and at the same time be responsible for monitoring, investigating and reporting on its work, replacing the role previously given to the independent chief medical officers. And the very definition of terminal illness has proved to be seriously flawed, as it would allow people with anorexia to qualify once their physical condition deteriorates. And in committee stage, amendments were tabled to introduce an enhanced test of a person's mental capacity to make the choice to die. At second reading, members were assured that our existing laws in the Mental Capacity Act were tried and tested. Yet in February, the Chief Medical Officer wrote to the committee to clarify that there's no enhanced test for life and death decisions under this Act. The committee also voted to allow a future Health Secretary to change the Act of Parliament which established the founding principles of our NHS at will. This language first passed into law in 1946, established an NHS to secure the physical and mental health of the people of England and to prevent, diagnose and treat physical and mental illness. However, because this does not include assisting people to take their own lives, the bill as amended now contains a power for these foundational words to be changed by secondary legislation.
Shameful.
Following the committee stage, I chaired a session titled Committee of the Unheard to hear from experts who had not been invited to give oral evidence at committee stage. And we discussed the impact of excluding family and loved ones, which is this bill's position too. And importantly, this committee allowed us to explore issues around people with disabilities, people from other jurisdictions, specifically Canada, and BAME communities. And had the committee received the oral evidence, it may well have come to different conclusions. Finally, one thing the bill has highlighted for me is around the promise of choice. For choice to be real, there must be genuine options to choose from.
Exactly.
But what has been highlighted is that palliative care provision is woefully inadequate. And the worst served are also the most disadvantaged from the most deprived communities. And worse, should the bill come into force, the provision of palliative care is likely to be compromised without hospices having a legal right to opt out of assisted dying. There is no such proposed opt-out in the bill. This brings me back to our role as legislators. The question for us now is, after all the consideration, can we be satisfied that our duties towards people to protect their well-being and safeguard them from harm are fulfilled if we pass this bill? From everything I've seen, heard and read, the answer must be no.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At second reading, I spoke in support of the bill, the principle of this bill, because I believe in freedom of choice, especially at the end of life, should always rest with the individual. That is the individual with a terminal diagnosis who is best placed to decide when it is their time to slip away. As a society, we do not talk about death enough. It's one of those subjects that we shy away from. But there are thousands of our fellow citizens each year who must come to terms with terminal diagnoses, their medical treatment, and ultimately their final days. And I want to put on record my thanks to the Honourable Member for Spen Valley for the way that she's conducted this debate. And I know at times it's been particularly difficult, particularly from the criticism from outside this place. Voting for the status quo, voting against this bill, will not solve the problem. Indeed, with the advance of medical techniques that prolong life, but not necessarily the quality of life, the case for a compassionate ending to one's life will continue to grow. At least one Brit every week is taking the stressful and too often lonely journey to Switzerland for an assisted death at a cost of £12,000, an option only available to those who have the wealth to enable them to decide the time of their own death. As a supporter of this bill, I'm not giving way. As a supporter of this bill, I have listened to the debate closely, and I agree that we need better palliative care across the UK. My own grandparents were both superbly supported by amazing Macmillan nurses in their final weeks battling incurable cancers. But I recognise that this support is not universal across the country, and that more needs to be done to improve this important service. But the blunt truth of the matter is this: if you are dying from an incurable condition, you could have the best palliative care possible, but ultimately you are still dying. In her final weeks, my nan told me that it was her time to go, that she had made peace with her God, and that she didn't want to endure the next few weeks of decline in her physical and mental health. Days before her death, she was hallucinating from the high dose of medication to treat her pain, telling me vividly how she was flying a spaceship. That wasn't how she wanted to spend her final weeks, and I know that because she told me so. She, like so many others, have been denied their final wish. This legislation has received far more scrutiny than much of what we vote on in this place, and rightly so. There are 28 public bill committee meetings interviewing 40 witnesses, dividing 110 times on proposed amendments. As a country, we've been debating this subject for over 20 years, and I can recall as a 16-year-old law student discussing the case of Diane Pretty and her campaign back then to change the law. I believe the bill presented is narrowly defined, with the necessary safeguards to ensure that those with a terminal condition can freely choose the time of their own passing. There are those in this House, often through religious beliefs or otherwise, that could never support a bill of this kind. That is their right, and I respect that. But that right should not extend to denying the choice to other people. There are those who argue for what they would see as even greater safeguards, but we should remember that legislation must be balanced and workable in the real world, beyond this chamber. This bill isn't about shortening life, it is about shortening death, and I would ask all honourable members from across the House to support it today.
And this, in general, this debate has shown Parliament at its best, informed, considered and passionate. I have not spoken before. I have listened and reflected and read and sought to understand the intention and the impact of the bill, particularly on the most vulnerable. And now I would like to take 5 minutes to say 4 things. Firstly, I was brought up on the right to die. My mother, who was disabled, often in great pain, and a cancer survivor, was a member of the Voluntary Euthanasia Society and Exit, as Dignity in Dying were previously called. And I can honestly say that Newcastle United, feminism, and the right to die were mother's milk to me. So my position is not based on ideological, cultural, or religious regions. I urge colleagues not to vote for the bill because it is without the rigour or scrutiny necessary to make assisted dying work in practice. I have a great deal of respect for the members for Spen Valley and for Aberfan Meisteg. They have said that the bill has received more scrutiny than most government bills. But this is not your average bill.
Exactly.
It fundamentally changes the relationship between state and citizen.
Yep.
It allows the state to take the life of a citizen. On request, yes, but that is still a huge change. We say that it is the first duty of any government to keep our citizens secure. But now the state will also be able to kill them.
Yeah.
Our NHS was set up to secure improvement in physical and mental health. And as the member for Mitcham and Morden so powerfully has argued, this bill could change the founding principles of the NHS.
Yeah, it does.
Clinicians are trained to save lives. Now they will also be able to kill people. Our police, our armed forces, their job is to protect life and liberty. Now they will also protect those who take people's lives.
No, she won't.
Because this marks a fundamental change in the relationship between state and citizen, it requires much more public and parliamentary debate. We have not even begun to interrogate all the social implications of this change.
Exactly.
All of human life is here. It will change the ethos of the NHS. It will enable private companies to kill private citizens.
Yep.
There will be an information campaign so that everyone will be aware that the state is able to kill them. No, I will not take any interventions, thank you.
Keep going, Shane.
And particularly, and this is my third point, I fear the impact on the most vulnerable and disadvantaged, those without the social capital of so many arguing for the bill.
Exactly.
There seems to be an assumption that those who have been most unequal in life will suddenly be rendered equal in death.
Exactly.
But the least valued by society are often those who value themselves the least.
Yep.
And we know that the last year of life is so often the most expensive for the NHS, the most distressing for friends and family. Why not save everyone the trouble of being a burden? This bill likes the safeguards which we must have to deal with the reality that there are powerful economic and personal incentives for both the state and family members to encourage the vulnerable into taking their own lives, and specifically consider the impact on ethnic communities. We know the prism of racist assumptions through which healthcare has too often been administered, the huge inequalities in maternal health and mental health, to name just 2 examples.
Yeah.
There is nothing in this bill to protect the vulnerable and those whose experience of life and death has already been biased. It is not, finally, voting against this bill is not to accept the status quo. It is not our job now to propose a better bill. That was report and committee stage. It is our job to judge the bill as it is, and that is why I say to you, please do not vote for this bill.
Nigel Huddleston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always an honour to follow the Honourable Lady. Like many
honourable and right honourable members in this House. I've genuinely agonised over which way to vote on this issue because I have changed my mind over the years, largely influenced by constituents coming into surgeries or informing me about their own deeply personal experiences, ranging from horrific stories of seeing loved ones in their final days. But I also recall a lady whose mother did go to Dignitas. It's a decision, she said, that at the time she thought was absolutely right. And yet, since then, she has regretted helping her mother every single day of her life and believes that she helped contribute towards her death. And therefore, these are very complex and deeply personal issues. I respect also the over 1,000 constituents who've contacted me about this issue over the last few weeks. I'd also like to acknowledge the contributions of two people who I greatly admire, Dame Esther Anson and Tanny Gray-Thompson. I got to know Dame Esther Anson in unusual circumstances when we stood against each other in Luton South in the 2010 general election. Tanny Gray-Thompson didn't end well for either of us, but Tanny Gray-Thompson, of course, I got to know very well as Sports Minister. They are on different sides of this debate, but I appreciate their contribution. It does show as well that people can use productively their profile and personality in order to contribute to debates, and I appreciate their contributions, though I'm afraid, Esther Anson, I do love you, but I respectfully disagree with you on this issue. Now, I know every MP wants to do the right thing today on this issue. No one side has a monopoly on compassion, and all of us want to make the right decision. And this is not an easy choice. Now, every now and again in this place, we have the awesome responsibility of making decisions that we know could ease suffering or could cost or save lives. And this is one such decision, this is one such vote. And for myself, if I am making such a choice, making a decision that will inevitably lead to the shortening of life, I want to be absolutely confident that I am doing so for the right reasons and that the risks and unintended consequences are minimised. And I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill does not meet that high confidence bar. At some point in the future, I won't, out of respect for everybody else who wishes to speak, Madam Deputy Speaker, at some point in the future, a bill with different words, stronger safeguards, perhaps brought through a different parliamentary route, and with more robust impact assessment, might pass this confidence test. This bill does not. But it may well pass, and I have joined others in arguing for and voting for enhancements to safeguards, particularly for the disabled, those with eating disorders, mental health problems, those who may feel that they are a burden, and of course the vulnerable who are exposed to the risk of coercion. And I believe that some improvements have been made to this bill, but not enough. So I continue to have significant concerns about the potential for assisted dying to be abused and to be extended way beyond the original intended scope. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must mention one area of disappointment in what has otherwise been an extremely respectful debate about the tone of some of the discussions and the somewhat dismissive attitude that has been expressed towards those with religious beliefs. As if such beliefs are not valid in this debate. They absolutely are. And those who express a belief in God and the sanctity of life should be respected, not sneered at. And it's perfectly legitimate for religious beliefs to influence one's views on assisted dying. Otherwise, Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a debate and discussion that's been largely respectful and has indeed shown this House at its best. Again, I would like to thank all my constituents who've contacted me, and while I know some will disagree with the decision and the vote I will go through today, I hope they recognise that I have tried to exercise my judgment carefully and in good faith, as indeed has every colleague in this House.
David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is my first time speaking to this bill, so I want to start by thanking my honourable friend for Spen Valley for having the courage to bring this significantly important bill forward. And I thank all honourable and right honourable members who have been part of this debate and who have worked on this bill so far for their thoughtful contributions. Until this week, I've remained open-minded and undecided on this bill. My starting point in this debate was my own personal views, and I am personally against assisted dying, and that's because of my Christian faith and also selfish reasons in that I'm a little bit scared of losing people and being there at the end of people's life. But with us all, I've received a significant amount of communication on this matter. So I also decided to launch my own local survey, which I asked my constituents if they were for, against, or undecided on the stance on this bill. What was increasingly clear is that people are split on this issue. 55% of people were against, 42% were for, and the remainder unsure. That for figure is not insignificant. I promised my very close friend Emma I would share the story of her mum Cheryl, who was diagnosed with terminal stage 4 cancer just over 2.5 years ago. Emma wanted to cherish every last minute of her mum's life, and she was outstanding in creating those special memories with her in the last year or so. Emma was against assisted dying at the time and wanted to do everything to keep her mum with her for as long as possible. And Cheryl sadly died last year. Emma told me, I think if something like this was legal, it would stop people having to go through what Mum went through on those last few weeks of her life. She could have had a dignified, pain-free death. Instead, all her dignity was stripped from her, and she was in so much pain, despite the strong pain meds. I'll never be able to forget the screams. I hope this does get passed to give people like Mum the choice and to be in control. And I'm sure, like everyone, I've received similar comments from constituents watching relatives fade away in pain, in agony. I won't give way because I want other members to be able to speak in this too. In pain and agony and suffering a lingering death, begging it to stop. So I supported this bill at second reading to allow the debate to move forward and to hopefully satisfy my concerns. The main two being definition of mental capacity and how this could be interpreted in reality, and the safeguards that will be in place to ensure an individual is not coerced. I also wanted assurances that the bill is strong enough to avoid that slippery slope scenario that we've seen in other countries. I'm satisfied after listening to the debate in this place during report stage, absorbing the vast amount of information I've received from members, from various lobbying organisations on both sides, and after meeting with people on both sides of this debate, including my honourable friend for Spen Valley, that my concerns have been addressed. In my view, this bill has more controls, not less than it had when we looked at it at second reading. And I also do reject the suggestion that this bill has not received sufficient scrutiny. The debate on assisted dying has been ongoing for many years. There's a significant amount of analysis, reports and information available. It's gone through hours of scrutiny at committee and report stage, and it will, of course, go through the same in the other place. I've spent time looking at all that information, and I'm sure other members have. I believe in choice. Whilst at this stage in my life I believe assisted dying is not for me, there are many who feel otherwise. They should be able to make this deeply personal choice, like they can make choices about so many other elements of their life, such as whether to follow a religion, whether to marry, whether to have children, whether to get divorced. These are life choices, usually made by somebody with sound mind and considerable thought. Like making those life choices, we should be able to make the same choices about our own death. So after much consideration, I'm minded to support this bill at third reading. I will listen to the rest of the debate, but I must say if this bill does not carry today, we cannot allow this debate to disappear for another decade. The country needs this option. My residents tell me that. We need to find a way to legislate in an acceptable way as soon as practical. Thank you.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's the first time I've spoken on this bill, but I assure you I will keep my comments short, respectful of others, and also conscious that I don't think any of us in this place underestimates the enormity of the decision that we are facing here today. I don't believe it's about a heart or a head decision. That's to oversimplify a very, very complex matter. And I have no doubt at all about the sincerity of the Honourable Lady for Spen Valley's intentions in bringing forward this bill. But I would perhaps just gently say that in this place, sometimes good intentions don't always yield
the good results that we all may strive for. And as I've monitored the progress of this bill, I have continued to struggle with it, and there is nothing in it that has changed my mind. What I would like to say, though, is that the importance of these debates are monumental, and that's underpinned by the literally thousands of comments and emails I've had from my constituents in Aldridge Brownhill. Some have been writing to me on this matter since before the first debate at the end of November. I also struggle with this bill to see how it's been proceeding through this place, in the sense that there's been much likening to previous pioneering moral and ethical legislation brought to the House, but I would argue it's very different to that which has gone as before in the last few months. Now, some honourable members have been correct to cite that some of the most pioneering social legislation of the post-war period were introduced via a private member's bill, most notably in the 1967 Abortion Act and the 1967 Sexual Offences Act, which was to decriminalise homosexuality. But it would be remiss of me not to point out that both of those bills had gone through an extensive government-led public inquiry to pave the way for legislation, not least of all the Medical Advisory Committee under the chairmanship of Sir John Peel to consider the abortion bill, and the Wolfenden Commission to consider the laws on homosexuality, something which I'm afraid this bill sadly lacks today. Indeed, the government have set up a wide range of policy reviews, and I would like to have seen, and I do feel it would have been totally appropriate if such a review had been sought on this particular matter. Now, much has also been made in this debate and throughout the progress of it, that it is a slippery slope and that in the future this bill will be extended and extended. The reason is because of what we see in other countries. Now, I am going to bring my conclusions to a close. I do think that as a modern society we have to come to terms with having a conversation and a debate on death. I don't believe that today has to be the end of that conversation, but I genuinely do not believe that this bill is in the right place to go forward to the House of Lords, to the other place, and I will therefore be voting against it.
John McDonnell.
Just very briefly as I can. Can I say to those who are saying that we somehow are treating this debate today as though we're debating the issues but we'll send it off to the other place to do our job. Yeah. That's not what I'm here for. I believe we're here to debate this bill. I don't want them, in fact, I want to abolish the other place. I 10 years ago, when this was debated before, I can hear my speech always repeated by so many members that I agree in principle, but we haven't got the safeguards available and all the rest. That was my position 10 years ago. And that's why today I'm supporting the bill, because many of the issues I raised in that debate have been built into this debate, into this bill. They argue how the assessments would be done. The panel system, actually including psychiatrists and clinicians and others. I didn't, at that point in time, I argue for a judicial review. I haven't got the confidence in the judiciary that some of you have. I actually wanted more experts. And at that point as well, the experts outside were split. They have always been split on this. There will never be unanimity across the professions on this itself. The one area, though, where I've taken careful attention is the point that was made by my honourable friend from Lewisham North. And can I just say to her, I'm so proud that she actually resigned over the issue of the benefit cuts. And I know how difficult that was for her. She was my whip. She's the nicest whip I've ever had. But she's right. She's right in that the majority of the disability organisations, the campaigning ones in particular, have been opposed to the legislation. And that's why I've tried to ensure that some of the issues that they've raised has been translated into the bill itself. And the one thing that I just thought was a huge breakthrough for this House in particular was building in the Disability Advisory Group, because that will be the group that has representatives, I hope, from a whole range of the disability groups, including, I hope, Disabled People Against the Cuts, the radical group, that will advise on the implementation of this. And the other issue that was raised is the NHS now they're ready for it. That's why, and this is what I said 10 years ago, it will take years to build up the capacity. That's why the 4-year implementation schedule is so important to me. And I also say this, it is not a choice between palliative care and assisted dying. We want the opportunity to have the palliative care. And at this point, I want to pay tribute. One of my closest friends died 2 weeks ago in Hillingdon Hospital, and I want to thank the staff for the palliative care that they gave him so wonderfully. But at the same time, I have others who've suffered greatly and wanted to go. But what have they been forced to do? Hide away the drugs over a period of time, send their families away, then themselves take the drugs and die a lonely death. Others, a recent one, starving themselves to death because there's no other option. It's for that. I cannot stand by and allow that to happen anymore. The honourable member for North West Hampshire said what's the most important thing at the end of life is control. It's also dignity, and I want to, by this legislation, provide that dignity for those who've decided the time has come.
Manira Wilson.
Much of the debate on this bill has focused on dignity, on control, on choice. Over the past 6 weeks, I've had to confront those concepts head-on while watching a very close family member of mine unexpectedly lose most physical capacity overnight. Watching someone you love deeply, who has been a proud, a strong, an independent person, unable to perform the most basic of human functions without help, and the corresponding mental impact of that physical incapacity is utterly devastating for them and for their nearest and dearest. That indignity and loss of control has felt unmanageable on the days when the care has been poor, and yet so much more manageable when nurses and healthcare assistants caring for my loved one have not been totally overstretched and coping without breaks. When they've been able to ensure that pain is well managed, and when the basic personal care which gives us dignity and boosts our well-being can be given. And that brings me to the heart of the conundrum that we face today. Many of us in this place want to give people choice and autonomy over the way they manage how they leave this world. But the reality is, and I have seen it up close and personal these past 6 weeks, our NHS and care system is nowhere near giving people that choice. It is absolutely creaking at the seams. Now, I am very grateful that my amendment has been accepted today. But a report on its own is not going to improve our palliative and end-of-life care. And we have had no commitment from ministers as yet that they will do so. The result will be either people choosing to end their lives before they want to, or those who already have a huge distrust in the system, particularly from minority and disadvantaged communities whose voices have been heard the least in this debate, choosing not to access the care they need, dying an even more traumatic death. I do not believe that supporters of this bill want to see either of those things to happen. Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, today we have to cast quite possibly one of the most consequential votes of our time in this place. On such a complex and sensitive issue as assisted dying, it is only right that we turn to experts and make evidence-based decisions. So when the Royal College of Psychiatrists and the Royal College of Physicians, who are both officially neutral on assisted dying, have said plainly they cannot support this bill, not least on the most fundamental principle of mental capacity, which sits at the very heart of this bill, I say to colleagues across the House, it is not too late to think again. The very people who will be tasked with delivering the service we are legislating for today, a service which, by the way, we still have no idea what it will look like and how it will be funded, they say it is not safe. How many lives taken in error is too many? 1, 1 in 10,
1 in 100. This House, clearly supports the principle of an assisted death, as does the public, but not at any cost. This bill is not fit for purpose, and the experts have told us the safeguards in it will not adequately protect those who most need, indeed expect us as legislators to protect them. I implore colleagues today to vote it down, and I say to ministers on the front bench, it is your responsibility to go back and do better.
Justice Sutton.
Start this process opposed to the idea of assisted dying, but having worked in the field of domestic abuse, I found myself increasingly concerned about how this bill would impact on those who are most vulnerable to coercion and abuse. And as a Labour MP, I reflected on why I joined the Labour Party. Our commitment to protecting the vulnerable, fighting for equality, suspicious of individualism and narrow notions of choice which turn a blind eye to the impact of that choice on others. If I could legislate to create a bill just for me, I would be tempted. But I believe my role as an MP is to legislate in the best interests of those who have no voice, whose choices are often limited by poverty, the patriarchy, racism, trauma, ill health, and state and societal failure. We must recognise that if we advance this bill yet further today, there will be unintended and undesirable consequences. And it is this bill in front of us that we are voting on today, not the principle, not a distant promise that the other place might fix the holes, but what we know is in and not in this legislation. I would like to illustrate briefly the reasons why I believe this bill will create harm to families across our country. Imagine the scenario of your mother. You were there when Dad used to belittle her. In public, it was jokes putting her down, but in the house, you would hear him say that she was worthless, ugly, and would be better off dead. You got out of there as soon as you could, but she would never leave. She loved him and couldn't see a life for herself outside his control. You could see her health deteriorating, but he often stopped her from going to the doctors or reaching out to friends. One day, you get a call from your dad to say she's dead. She got an assisted death. You worry she took her life not because of her illness, but because it was the only way out from the abuse. And you fear that he made her do it. But there was no chance for you to tell anyone about your concerns, and no automatic requirement for an investigation by a coroner. Would you ever be able to prove his malign control? Now she was gone. Or imagine you have a brother who has struggled with an eating disorder ever since he entered secondary school. He was sexually abused by a family friend and never received any real support, what he went through. Court backlogs mean that the criminal case is still ongoing. He spent longer and longer watching social media influencers paid by assisted dying companies to advocate for what they called a peaceful end to life. He had begun to starve, and doctors withdrew treatment because they claimed nothing more could be done. You get a call, only a few months after his 18th birthday, to tell you that your brother opted for an assisted death.
Would my honourable friend give way?
No, thank you. I'm sorry. We've got to make time. We know from other jurisdictions that it is older and disabled people who would disproportionately access assisted dying, two of the most vulnerable groups to abuse and coercion, particularly by strangers through financial abuse and cuckooing. Coercion is not just a risk with this legislation, it is a certainty. There are 2.3 million victims of domestic abuse in the UK. Even if this bill implemented gold standard training, which we do not know that it will, professionals will not be able to identify everyone. It is sadly inevitable that should this bill pass, it is the most vulnerable people in our society who will experience wrongful deaths. A prominent campaigner in favour of this bill has said, even if a few grannies get bullied into it, isn't that a price worth paying for all the people who could die with dignity? Please, we must not settle for this. In a system designed to end life, there can be no room for doubt and no room for human error.
Coercion and abuse are real. They happen all around us all the time, whether we want to see it or not, as does feeling like a burden. Self-perceived burden is a common phenomenon associated with having a terminal illness, which often leads to a desire to die. This bill allows that feeling of being a burden to those closest to you and society more broadly, to be acted on rather than treated. Research has found that doctors wrongly predict how long terminally ill people have to live in over half of cases. There is so much life left to live after a terminal diagnosis. We should not relinquish our bonds, duties and responsibilities towards each other as fellow human beings. I urge colleagues to reject this bill.
Agree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of this bill. But first I want to thank the Honourable Member for Spen Valley for the way she has approached this bill and for how she has engaged with members across the House on both sides of the argument on their various amendments. I voted in favour of this at second reading on principle, but also because of something a constituent said to me about the status quo. She said, "It is cruel." And I can't disagree with her. It was definitely cruel for my constituent Anne, who was interviewed by the police for supporting her husband in going to Dignitas. She faced the weeks afterwards, in her grief, facing the uncertainty of a police investigation. For me, the current system is unsatisfactory. And it was a real privilege to join others on the Bill Committee to scrutinise this bill. And it is my belief that this bill is stronger for having gone through that system. And there's one change in particular I'd like to speak to, and that is the inclusion of social workers on the panel. This is a profession that deals with complex, challenging, sometimes dark family dynamics on a daily basis. And I believe including them on the panel is the right thing to do. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this bill today, and I hope others will too.
Paula Barker.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to support my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, as a co-sponsor of this bill. Her leadership, compassion and dignity has been a beacon of hope for so many. I would like to thank the many hundreds of constituents who have written to me and had face-to-face appointments with me to discuss this complex and emotive issue. There are strongly held beliefs on both sides of the debate, both inside and outside the House. And I absolutely respect those with differing views to myself and hope that they will respect my own views. After all, Mr. Speaker, it is possible for all of us in this place to disagree well. All sides of this debate have accepted that we can and must do better for dying people and their loved ones. That has been clear all through this debate. Too many of us have witnessed the devastation caused when we are denied choice at the end of life. Until the law changes, dying people in Britain are suffering unbearably in their final weeks and days. Many trying to scrape together the funds for an assisted death abroad, or taking their own lives behind closed doors. And I would urge honourable and right honourable members to keep these experiences in the front of their minds when they go through the voting lobbies later. Because at the heart of this bill, it is about choice. For those who wish to exercise that choice, they can, but for those who don't, they simply don't have to. The bill introduces practical measures to assess eligibility, guard against coercion, ensure rigorous medical oversight and robust monitoring of the process. Dying people currently have none of these protections under the current law. The status quo is failing people each and every day. I pay tribute to colleagues from across the House who served on the Bill Committee, no matter what side of the debate they were on, and strengthened the bill with key amendments accepted, including the establishment of a judge-led multidisciplinary panel to oversee every application with oversight from psychiatrists, social workers and lawyers. The requirement that assisted dying can only be discussed with patients within the context of all their end-of-life care and panel members and treatment options, mandatory training for doctors and panel members on detecting coercion, and the creation of a disability programme board. The bill requires that patients be informed about all care options to ensure everyone has access to the best possible pain relief, emotional support and hospice care. This will ensure that choosing an assisted death is never a result of ignorance or lack of care. And I am pleased that this bill has brought about a long overdue discussion about palliative care. Because if we are honest, Mr. Speaker, very few people in this place and outside were shouting from the rooftops beforehand. So I sincerely hope that after this bill we will continue to discuss palliative care and how we can improve this, because it is not an either-or. Yeah. By having robust palliative care and the option of assisted dying, we truly have options that will meet individual needs and the values of each patient. Finally, Mr. Speaker, momentum for law change is spreading across the British Isles and beyond. Last month, MSPs voted by a clear majority to pass Liam MacArthur's assisted dying bill. The Allemande bill is waiting royal assent and will potentially be available for terminally ill residents from 2027. The direction of travel is to give dying people true choice at the end of life. We cannot leave dying people in England and Wales behind. Thank you.
I'm just going to say, if we could do 4 minutes, we'll help others. Dr. Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's often said that Parliament is the conscience of the nation, but I believe that it's also its safeguard. There are people who will benefit from physician-assisted suicide as implemented in this bill, but there are also people who will be harmed. Those with mental illness, those in care homes, those who feel a burden, those who are made to feel a burden, and those who are abused. The bill's safeguards are inadequate. The Royal College of Psychiatrists, the Royal College of Physicians, of which I'm a member, the Royal College of Pathologists, countless doctors, professionals, charities, have all been ignored in pursuit of absolutist principle above understanding. It's a facile interpretation of autonomy to give it no bounds, or to ignore its prerequisites. We must hear these concerns and today act accordingly. Mr. Speaker, for who are we, if not the champions of the vulnerable, the voice of the voiceless? The question before us today is, do we believe this harm to the vulnerable is worth it? I say not. I say vote down this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're faced with a defining choice, and for months we have debated assisted dying. In some ways, we will never have enough time, and I wish there had been more opportunity to debate amendments that had been put forward. But I can also say in my time in these debates that honourable members have approached these issues with great dignity and care. The honourable member for Spen Valley is a friend of mine who I am very proud of, and she has led this debate with characteristic humanity and decency and honour. And I'm sure all of us have found that whenever we have approached her with concerns on behalf of others or ourselves, she has come with a willing ear and an open heart, and I pay tribute to her. Opponents of the bill have also worked tirelessly to understand and to voice those concerns, and like the member for Spen Valley, has brought that expertise so that all voices can be heard today. More than 1,000 approaches to me in my office from people in Wirral West about this issue has shown that people are guided by all faiths and none, and as others have said, that deserves great respect. I think to a meeting I held in Melrose Hall in Hoylake with more than 50 constituents discussing this matter, and people with candour and respect shared their personal stories. They disagreed wholeheartedly, but they did so with compassion and dignity. They are the best of us. Standing here, I recognise that however we end up today, we will let people down. Whether this passes, and there are people who would not choose otherwise to have an assisted death that go through with that, or whether it falls, and people who I believe should have the choice individually to end their illness on their terms are denied that opportunity. I'm conscious of that. And yet the vote before us is not on these harrowing stories that we have heard, but it is on a system. And it's on that system that I worry about the implications that go beyond individual cases. The consequences of getting this wrong are severe, and the risks of getting it wrong with an NHS still in recovery is too high. The member for Twickenham has raised important amendments. I won't take interventions. An important amendment about palliative care. I think it's opened a door to an important conversation, and I thank her for that. If our NHS is not able to deliver the highest quality care at the end of a person's life now, would assisted dying improve that? Or could it end up creating a one-sided choice for people? Now, I know honourable members will be concerned that there will never be a good time for the NHS to introduce this, that it won't quite be ready for assisted dying. And I hear that, but I sincerely do not believe it is ready to bear the weight of the system we are voting on today. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not settled on the issue of coercion either. We've heard from experts across the House, the members for Bexley-Heath and Crayford, Richmond Park, who have spoken about mental health issues or learning disabilities, the member for Lowestoft, who talked about the issues of domestic abuse and how that could intersect, the members for Vauxhall, for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, and for Braintree, who've talked about how ethnic minorities could be impacted by this bill, about the trust in the health system and the dynamics that could lead to someone taking their life. And I worry, Mr. Speaker, about the quiet, imperceptible, unspoken coercion which could emerge if this system goes ahead, of those vulnerable people who would feel a duty to die. And I'm not satisfied that this bill has enough safeguards against that. It is for that reason that I'm voting against and call others to do the same. But I will say to those watching at home, I hope that people can share my confidence that whatever lobby people walk through today, they have reached their decision with great care and great consideration. To weigh up the consequences, good and bad, of this vote, it's been a burden of the duty of this bill, and I share that burden with others today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We all, I believe, come to this place every day determined to improve not just our society, but the lives of those who live in it, of our constituents. We want to give them more choice, more opportunity, but we also have a responsibility to protect the vulnerable and to alleviate suffering. And I don't believe that that responsibility has ever weighed more heavily with any of us, or been more present in our thought and our debate than it is today. We've debated this a number of times. The bill has been through the scrutiny of the committee, and I thank the honourable member for Spen for all the work that she has done and all the work that the committee have done in coming back with a bill which I firmly believe will provide the choice that those people who are suffering at the end of life not only deserve, but are calling out for us to give them. I would also like to reassure all of those in the disabled community, those who are perhaps suffering from an eating disorder or a mental health issue, that they are not in any way put at risk by this bill. The committee has gone to extreme lengths to ensure that there are safeguards and that they will not be eligible for an assisted death because they will not have a terminal illness. It's been difficult for all of us. It's a difficult road. We've shared personal experiences. We've shared the experiences of our constituents. And I don't think any of us will go through the lobbies today without having had some doubts, without having examined our own conscience and our own responsibility. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to say I believe that what the committee have done, what the House has done, is come up with a bill which does what the people of this country want. Offers choice to adults with a terminal illness with the safeguards that we need. And I would ask all members to support the terminally ill adults bill. Thank you.
Lewis Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The judgment, it strikes me, in front of us today is would permitting some terminally ill adults to choose an assisted death reduce suffering without inadvertently creating undue risks to others. I am clear, having worked in the NHS for 19 years, that my judgment is it absolutely can do this. I know the lengths that the NHS and our hospice movement go to provide care at the end of life. The beloved pet coming in for the last cuddle. The compassionate conversation in the middle of the night that calms fears. Some have suggested that our health service could not safely introduce assisted dying for patients who are already in regular contact with the health service, because by definition they are terminally ill. I know not just the professionalism of NHS staff, but I've also seen the thoroughness of which other medico-legal routes, for example Mental Health Act tribunals, which are in many ways analogous to the provisions of this bill, which they're implemented. The NHS has shown over decades that it can safely implement social and legislative changes passed by this Parliament. The 1967 Abortion Act, implemented safely by the NHS. The regulation and provision of IVF under the Human Embryology and Fertilisation Act. This bill has rightly been amended to allow up to 4 years commencement, to allow all of the preparations that are needed to take place. The Chief Medical Officer reminded us that the NHS deals with life and death decisions every day. And while the processes in this bill are new, crucially, they build on a solid foundation of existing practice. The Mental Capacity Act. As others have said, a person with a terminal illness receiving critical care can at the moment say, "Doctor, I want to die, turn off this machine." And we use a simple test under the Mental Capacity Act to permit that. Under this bill, rightly, there are further safeguards, but the decision is essentially the same. "Doctor, I want to die, give me something to drink." This is absolutely not about the state killing people. These people are dying at the moment. The CMO also gave evidence to us, and he stressed that the secondary legislation powers are necessary to permit ongoing safe regulation. Those powers not only require the Secretary of State to ensure that codes of practice and regulation are in place, but they also give him the opportunity to react post-implementation should there be any cases that were unduly concerning. It is right that we are thorough in our roles as legislators. I have seen firsthand how the Honourable Member has sat with officials from the Department of Health and Social Care and Ministry of Justice to ensure the workability and safety of these provisions. That is not the case for the status quo, where people die lonely deaths of suicide, where people go to Dignitas. For those people, there are no checks on capacity or coercion. There is only trauma, and therefore I commend this bill.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I start by saying I fully appreciate and respect the differing views on both sides of this debate, and I thank the huge number of my constituents in Epping Forest who've contacted me about this bill. I have to say this legislation to permit assisted dying or suicide leaves me with many concerns. I fear that some frail and vulnerable people may start to feel a burden to their families and feel some pressure to proceed down this path. I also worry that this legislation will bring in a fundamental change in the doctor-patient relationship and a foundational change in what our precious NHS is and what it stands for. I am concerned on the possible pressure it will place on medical practitioners when it comes to diagnosis and prognostication, which we know is not an exact science. Furthermore, while we have a palliative care sector that provides high-quality, compassionate and dignified care at its best, sadly, access to palliative care across the country is not at a uniform level for all people who need it at the end of their life. We have a palliative care sector that sadly is being left to the charitable sector in terms of the majority of funding and delivery. That is in no way intended as a criticism of the amazing charities and hospices involved in the delivery of this care. But I think it's not right, Mr. Speaker, as a society, that the state will fund how someone comes into this life with obstetrics, maternal care, neonatology and paediatrics, but not how they leave this life. I believe our priority should be addressing this palliative care situation before we go anywhere near bringing in assisted dying legislation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say some remarks as a veterinary surgeon. I won't give way. I preface this by saying that I am in no way equating the passing of an animal with a passing of a human, which is of a completely different order of magnitude. But the end of an animal's life has sometimes been drawn into the discussion of human-assisted dying. Many of the protocols and drugs for this are similar to those being discussed for humans. As a veterinary surgeon, I have been involved in countless numbers of cases of helping animals, large and small, pass away for many, many reasons. Each decision with the owner is very difficult and often heartbreaking. But what I would say is that the final act isn't always routine, and it doesn't always go smoothly or according to plan. Apart from a couple of powerful speeches from members last week, we have not really addressed this issue of medical procedures and complications in this human debate. I shudder to think of the implications for the patient, their loved ones, and the coordinating doctor if things do not go smoothly and peacefully. Surely, Mr. Speaker, this must give us all pause for thought. And so, Mr. Speaker, for these and many, many other reasons, I again will be voting against this legislation today.
Yeah. Final speech, Leila McAvoy, before the front benches.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend, the member for Spen Valley, and to celebrate her courage and kindness throughout this whole process. I agree with many in the House that the status quo is unacceptable, and that's why most of us are here. I'd like to urge colleagues who, like me, are in favour of the principle of choice at the end of life to use their vote today, not on the principle, but on how this bill will work in practice. This is not an opinion poll, and there are very real trade-offs. Without palliative care parity across the UK, this new way to die offers a replacement, not a real choice. I am pleased to have the support of the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Gordon Brown, on these arguments, as well as a huge number of medical professionals. I was brought up around death, and I'm still smiling. I know about good palliative care because my dad would take me to the hospice to meet his patients that he'd grown to love. As a child, I remember him getting promoted to a new nurse consultant role. They were experts in their field of nursing and were promoted to fill the gap in those expertise for making decisions around crucial palliative care and pain relief. My dad's positional and relational power to give confidence around decision making and support less experienced but more senior staff in essential decisions around life and death meant that those decisions could ease a lot of people's passing. When decisions are delayed, the patient suffers unnecessarily, and we have heard this happen through the stories of many of the cases of poor palliative care that have shaped this debate today. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip to my final point. The practical reality of what we see today is that without radical improvements to palliative care, a joined-up digital system, the clear recorded centralised data on when and how we talk to patients about the treatment that they're getting and what that means, not just for the length of their life, but for the quality of their life, we will continue to have a postcode lottery. With a finite number of experts in our NHS, this decision to bring in this new way of dying will simply deprioritise addressing the gaps in provision of good quality palliative care, which will affect most of us, in favour of offering a new option to the minority of people who will be eligible. That is not in line with my values, and that is why I can't vote for it.
We come to Shadow Minister Dr. Kieran Mull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I begin by first thanking the clerks for the considerable work they have been undertaking to support members across this House in preparing amendments across so many different elements of what is a complex issue. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you gave a great deal of thought to which of those we voted on, and I also know you had a difficult balancing exercise giving time to this bill versus the limited time available for Friday sittings. So I want to say again to the government that I'm deeply disappointed that it chose not to assist you, Mr. Speaker, and all members by providing further time on the floor of the House so that every single member that simply wanted to speak could do so. Telling members how many hours went into committee stage when so few members can participate in that is of little comfort to those members who haven't been able to put their views on the record on the floor of the House. But we are where we are. And can I join others in acknowledging the very hard work and sincerity of the sponsoring member for Spen Valley? Now is the moment when we vote on her bill in what we have to assume is its final form. There may be changes made in the other place, but there may not be. If you vote for the bill today, you must do so happy that this is the version that will come into law. As we conclude, I want to return to what I said at second reading. No one on either side of this debate can claim only their side is being motivated by care and compassion for others. We have heard powerful speeches motivated by concern for others, for those both in favour and against this bill. The Mother of the House, the member for North West Hampshire and the member for Glasgow North East were some powerful examples. The member absolutely served the memory of her brother well. But on either side of the debate, we should resist the temptation to give ourselves false comfort. Those supporting the bill, and I'm sure even the sponsoring member herself, will accept there is no such thing as a perfect law, certainly not in an area like this. No one can be certain that the concerns raised by opponents of the bill will never transpire in any case. Members supporting the bill should vote with an understanding that there may be unintended consequences. Similarly, those opposing the bill should do so accepting that they can't rule out that some people of sound mind, without undue pressure from others, would want to access assisted dying. We've heard about the very real suffering people at the end of their life can experience. How much this suffering can be relieved by palliative care has been a point of real contention. But the most powerful medications for relieving pain have equally powerful side effects, and that should weigh heavily with members considering voting against. And whilst opponents of assisted dying may prefer an improvement in palliative care instead, they can't guarantee it will happen. Though I don't think it's fair to say that those that ultimately vote no to the bill are, as some have described it, actively happy with the status quo. I'm sure all of us at some point have seen a problem of human suffering of one form or another, but opposed a plan to alleviate it because we thought it might make things worse in some other respect. That doesn't mean you're happy with the problem that still remains. And so, taking all of that into account, members have to undertake a difficult balancing exercise. I want to end my remarks with the words we started the day with, words that are heard in the chamber every time that we sit. I'm not religious, but the meaning our daily prayers convey, I think, is of universal assistance. We're encouraged to lay aside all private interest and prejudices and to keep in mind our responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all mankind. Saying those words is easy. If only it was as easy to have the necessary wisdom to always know what exactly it means to improve the condition just of our constituents, let alone all mankind. The daily prayers can't help us with that, unfortunately, and today we don't even have the help of the party line. All of us at one time or another have riled against the whip and its encouragement for us to vote for something we think is unwise. But if we're honest, this encouragement can be of great help a lot of the time. The extent to which the debate covered the views of professionals and representative organisations, I think, reflects members trying to find help of another form in place of the whip. Most of us aren't experts, yet we have to make a decision even experts disagree on. But let's welcome the fact that here today, as we wrestle with this decision, we really are truly doing exactly what we were sent here to do, more than on most other days. And even if you might be uncertain about your vote, you can be absolutely certain about that.
Minister Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I stand at the dispatch box today alongside my honourable friend, the member for Finchley and Golders Green, not as the MP for Aberavon-Maesteg, representing the views of my constituents, although I thank each and every one of them who took the time to contact me with their considered opinions, but as the government minister responsible for ensuring that the bill, if passed, is effective, legally robust and workable. I'd like to thank members across the House on both sides of the debate for their consideration of this legislation through parliamentary stages and their thoughtful contributions, with particular thanks to the members of the Public Bill Committee for their detailed scrutiny over more than 29 sittings and 80 hours. This bill has received more parliamentary time than most government and private members' bills, and the debate has been respectful and well considered throughout. It's worth noting, of course, that the subject has received extensive and detailed consideration over a number of decades, both in this House and the other place, as well as beyond Parliament. Many members will recall the bill before us today follows many years of examination and analysis, including reports such as the inquiry of the Health and Social Care Select Committee in 2023 and the accumulation of evidence from other jurisdictions. So I'd like to pay tribute to colleagues and campaigners on both sides of the argument for their contributions to this profoundly important conversation. Mr. Speaker, I'll make some brief comments around the most significant alterations to the bill since its introduction from the perspective of their importance to the technical and legal workability of the legislation. The scheme set out in the bill now includes assisted dying review panels. Multidisciplinary panels would grant a certificate of eligibility if they are satisfied that all the relevant requirements have been met. The panel would have to hear from the person seeking assistance, at least one of the doctors and any other relevant persons. They would be responsible for monitoring and reporting on the operation of the Act, a role that was previously assigned to the Chief Medical Officer. The Commissioner would also appoint a dedicated board to advise on the impact of the bill on disabled people. The bill's commencement clause has been amended so that any provisions that have not yet come into force would automatically do so 4 years after the bill is passed. Specific training requirements for doctors playing a formal assessing role under this bill have been added. There is now provision for independent advocates to support qualifying persons to understand their options for end-of-life care and the process under the bill. And in terms of employment protections, amendments have been made at report stage mean that no one is under any duty to participate in the provision of assistance in accordance with this bill. There are now also employment protections to protect employees and other workers from being subject to any detriment for opting in or out of providing assistance under the bill, and to protect employees from dismissal. So, Mr. Speaker, it just falls to me to thank all honourable members once again for their extremely valuable contributions to this sensitive debate, and once again to reiterate that should it be the will of Parliament for this legislation to pass, then the Government will ensure the safe and effective implementation of this service. Thank you, sir.
Point of order, Kit Moulton.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the question now be put.
The question is, the question must be now put. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I'm just going to put the question again. The question is, the question be now put. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Right. The question is that the bill now be read a third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobbies. The question is that the bill now be read a third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes, Sarah Owen and Bambo Shora Lambos. For the noes, Dame Karen Bradley and Ruth Jones. Order.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291.
The ayes to the right, 314. The noes to the left, 291. The ayes have it, and look! That completes third reading. If people who wish to leave now, please do so. We've got other business to get on with. Clerk.
Short-term let accommodation bill, second reading.
Object. Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 11th of July.
Friday the 11th of July.
Health insurance exemption from insurance premium tax bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Green Belt protection bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Domestic abuse safe leave bill, second reading.
Object.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 11th of July.
Friday the 11th of July.
Palestine statehood recognition number 2 bill, second reading.
Object.
Not moved.
Green spaces bill adjourned to debate on second reading.
Object.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Fireworks bill, second reading.
Now. Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 11th of July.
Friday the 11th of July.
Football gender inequality bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday 11th of July.
Friday the 11th of July.
Heritage public houses bill, second reading.
Move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 11th of July.
Friday the 11th of July.
Chalk streams protection bill, second reading.
Not moved.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 11th of July.
Friday the 11th of July.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Child criminal exploitation number 2 bill, second reading.
Cannot proceed. Win.
Exemption from valid added tax, public electrical vehicle charging points bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Public sector exit payments limitation bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Meet information about method of killing bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Exemption from valid value added tax listed places of worship bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Exemption from value added tax miscellaneous provisions bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Caravan site licensing exemptions of motorhomes bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Arms length bodies review bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Public Health Control of Disease Act 1984 Amendment Bill, second reading.
Now.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day? 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Statutory Instruments Act 1946 Amendment Bill, second reading.
Second reading.
Object.
Second reading what day? 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Dangerous Dogs Act 1991 Amendment Bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July, I presume.
Domestic Energy Value Added Tax Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
4th of July. Yeah.
BBC licence fee non-payment to decriminalisation for over 75s bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
4th of July.
COVID-19 vaccine damage payments bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading
4th of July.
Anonymity of suspects bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
4th of July.
Children's clothing value added tax bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Highways Act 1980 Amendment Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
British Broadcasting Corporation Privatisation Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second
Friday
reading
the 4th of July.
Illegal Immigration Offences Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading.
4th of July.
Vaccine Damage Payments Act Review Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
4th of July.
NHS England Alternative Treatment Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading.
4th of July.
COVID-19 Vaccine Damage Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
4th of July.
Mobile Homes
Mobile
Act.
Homes Act 1983 Amendment Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
4th of July.
Arms Length Bodies Accountability to Parliament Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
4th of July.
Bailiffs Warrants of Possession Bill, second reading.
Beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
4th of July.
National Health Service Co-Funding and Co-Payment Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading 4th of July.
4th of July.
Interpersonal Abuse and Violence Against Men and Boys Strategy Bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 11th of July.
Friday the 11th of July.
Pets Microchips Bill, second reading.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
Terminal Illness Relief of Pain Bill, second reading.
I beg to move.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 11th of July.
Friday the 11th of July.
Immigration and Visas Bill, second reading.
On behalf of the member in charge. Now.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
British Indian Ocean Territory Sovereignty and Constitutional Arrangements Bill, second reading.
Now, Mr. Speaker.
Object.
Objection taken. Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July.
Friday the 4th of July.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is, this House do now adjourn. Mr. Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful for this opportunity to raise the very important matter of potential development in the Greenbelt in my Reading Wickford constituency. In addition, I'm sure the Minister who's replying to the debate this afternoon has many pressing demands from his constituency diary on a Friday, so I'm personally grateful to him for being here in the House of Commons this afternoon to respond on behalf of the Government. Thank you, Minister. By way of context, perhaps I could briefly explain to the Minister a little bit about the geography of my constituency and how that's particularly pertinent in relation to future development. In essence, South East Essex is something of a peninsula, bordered to the south by the River Thames, to the east by the North Sea, and to the north by the River Crouch and the River Roach, which run inland from the North Sea as far west as the village of Battlesbridge. There are two principal east-west arteries that run from London into South Essex, namely the A127 London to Southend Arterial Road and the A13, which runs broadly parallel to the A127, but further south closer to the Thames. Both of these roads are already extremely busy during the morning and evening peak. I'm sure the Minister is familiar with the concept of heat maps, whereby the busier the road, the darker the shade of red they appear on the map. Both these roads during peak periods are effectively glowing bright scarlet because they are already at somewhere between 98 to 99% capacity in the morning and evening rush hour. In simple English, these roads are already maxed out, despite a number of junctions being upgraded along both roads in recent years. When we look at medical infrastructure, the theme of a system creaking at the seams is unfortunately repeated. Both Southend and Basildon hospitals are part of the Mid and South Essex NHS Foundation Trust, along with Broomfield Hospital at Chelmsford. The three hospitals were merged some years ago, admittedly under a Conservative government, and it is fair to say the merger has not been a great success. In the case of Southend Hospital, according to the senior trust management last autumn, prior to so-called winter pressures, the hospital was already at 98 to 99% bed capacity. Once winter pressures were added in, it went well beyond 100%, and unfortunately there were frequent incidents of patients on trolleys in corridors. It's a similar situation at Basildon Hospital, slightly further west. And the Minister will know I've raised Basildon Hospital with him before. In addition, GB surgeries in South Essex have patient lists above the national average and are under tremendous pressure too. For brevity, our education infrastructure is also under considerable pressure, especially with regard to places in special educational needs schools. Now, I've tried the Minister's patience by mentioning all this in order to try and explain as frankly as I can the very serious infrastructure pressures which residents in my constituency and indeed right across South Essex are already experiencing. Given this, it's absolutely critical that any future development should incorporate large-scale infrastructure investment to be provided well in advance of the tens of thousands of extra houses that Labour are seeking to build in South Essex as part of their desire to create an additional 1.5 million homes over the course of the Parliament. For the avoidance of doubt, I do accept there does have to be some additional house building. Clearly, young people can't live at home with their parents forever. But any such construction has to be done sensibly at a pace which the local infrastructure can realistically accommodate in an environmentally sustainable way, so as not to adversely damage the natural habitat, nor indeed to degrade the quality of life of the people who already live in the area. They have rights too. When it comes to housing targets, I'm afraid that the Minister and I have a very basic philosophical difference. I admit that under a previous Conservative government, we did at one time have a system of mandatory housing targets, whereby officials in Whitehall could set targets for house building for each local authority and then left it up to the local authority via their local plan to decide where that arbitrary number of dwellings should be built. I was one of a number of Conservative backbenchers who lobbied very hard to have this procedure changed to a system of advisory targets, whereby Whitehall could set a benchmark, but local authorities with special circumstances, for instance a large proportion of Greenbelt, were at the very least given the opportunity to argue back and to make a case for reducing such arbitrary targets if they threatened to be realistically undeliverable in practice. I very much regret that the incoming Labour government immediately reverted to a system of mandatory targets, made worse by their over-reliance on a computer algorithm in order to calculate the number of dwellings supposedly required in each local council area. The prospect of so-called devolution and local government reform, about which I'm afraid I'm already deeply sceptical, has only threatened to make this already complex situation even more confused. In short, I believe it's highly unlikely that Labour will achieve their 1.5 million target, not least because it now incorporates a policy of making 50% of all new dwellings affordable, which was exactly the same policy that was operated for years by the Labour Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. It's a matter of record, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Khan never got anywhere near his housing targets, and indeed they've now been reduced at the expense of increasing targets in the home counties, including in my home county of Essex. The 50% affordable policy deterred many house builders from building anything at all. And whereas it failed in London, I believe it will now fail elsewhere across the country. As one example, Philip Barnes, Group Land Director at the £5 billion a year turnover Barratt Developments, raised concerns about the policy in a blog in August 2024, where he warned existing sites within the Greenbelt in draft local plan applications for housing were, I quote, will not be able to provide 50% affordable housing. He went on to say, since the draft NPPF, as it then was, Barratt has already pulled 4 in-flight planning applications on draft allocated sites because the spectre of 50% renders the scheme unviable due to the unacceptably reduced or removed land value for the landowner. Nevertheless, Labour's doctrinaire adherence to the 1.5 million figure means they are giving local authorities targets which are so high as to be realistically completely undeliverable, certainly short of massive infrastructure investment, which the government is clearly not in a financial position to provide. I think borrowing last month was £17 billion alone. So, I'd like to turn to raise with the Minister some specific examples of where his government's policy is already beginning to threaten unsustainable development in the Greenbelt. Labour-led Basildon Borough Council some months ago published their Regulation 18 draft local plan. These proposals anticipate building an incredible 27,000 dwellings across the Basildon Borough Council area during the planning period out to around 2043, 4,200 of which are anticipated to be built in and around the town of Wickford in my constituency. For the reasons I've already articulated, there's absolutely no way that the infrastructure in and around Basildon, Billericay and Wickford can possibly cope with massive house building on this scale, not least as around half of the sites are in the current metropolitan Greenbelt. Basildon Borough Council have published a number of documents supposedly related to infrastructure, but these are incredibly thin in terms of actual content. For instance, the supplementary document that relates to health and medical infrastructure says absolutely nothing in detail about the expansion of capacity of Basildon Hospital at the heart of the borough, despite the fact that according to the NHS's own metrics, each new dwelling could represent an additional 2.4 patients for the hospital, thus producing an overall total of just shy of 60,000 new patients, at a hospital where they're metaphorically already coming out of the windows as it is. All Basildon's extremely limp document says on this subject is that this will all be sorted out by the Integrated Care Board. Well, having double-checked this with the leadership of the Mid and South Essex ICB, itself now in the course of a reorganisation into a county-wide ICB, I was recently assured that there have been absolutely no discussions between Basildon Borough Council and the Integrated Care Board about the expansion of capacity at Basildon Hospital. Basildon's Reg 18 plan should be found unsound on these grounds alone. Moving on to the Rochford District Council side of my constituency, we can already see how the government's targets are having an adverse effect there too. As one example, Taylor Wimpey recently began a consultation on plans to build up to 350 houses in the metropolitan Greenbelt in an area of land between Mount Bovers Lane and Gusted Hall Lane in Hawkwell. The local community are up in arms about this, and if the Minister had the time to drive down Main Road in Hawkwell, he would see protest posters in almost every window against this completely unsustainable development in the environmentally sensitive Upper Roach Valley. The site's wholly inappropriate for development, and indeed it's specifically excluded within the current Rochford District Council local plan. Policy ELA 3 states, and I quote it, "The core strategy states that the Upper Roach Valley will be protected from development which would undermine the area's role as a green space, providing informal recreational opportunities. Moreover, policy URV1 relating specifically to the Upper Roach Valley says, and again I quote it, policy URV1 seeks to protect the Upper Roach Valley from development so that it can become a vast area for informal recreational opportunities. The policy goes on to say, the Council will strive to see the Upper Roach Valley becomes a vast green lung, their term, providing informal recreation opportunities for local residents. The Council will protect the area from development which would undermine the same and will continue the approach of creating the right conditions for flora and fauna to flourish with the minimum of interference." I should explain to the Minister I'm firmly opposed to this proposed Taylor Wimpey development, which is completely contrary to two very specific policies in the Exeter and Rochford District Council local plan, as I've just emphasised. There are absolutely no very special circumstances which would justify house building on this scale in this part of the Green Belt, which is extremely popular with my constituents for leisure purposes, jogging and dog walking, all of which contribute to their well-being. However, this is by no means the only example of where inappropriate development is now being proposed in my constituency. When I was seeking re-election last year, Mr. Speaker, my final leaflet was headed, "Give me a mandate to fight Dollyman's Farm." In short, this is another site in the metropolitan Greenbelt, slap bang between the two largest towns in my constituency, namely Rayleigh and Wickford. I warned during the 2024 general election campaign that Bloor Homes, who have a reputation as a highly aggressive developer and who, it must be said, treated my former constituents appallingly in a proposed development at Ashington, now on the eastern fringe of my constituency, with the development of some 660 homes. This was quite rightly opposed by Rochford District Council, but Bloor subsequently won an appeal where, amongst other things, Rochford District Council's hired transport consultant mysteriously changed sides the night before the public inquiry commenced. As part of their proposals, Bloor offered a number of Section 106 commitments, including a new doctor's surgery on the site, and some 2 years later, not one brick has been laid to this end. Despite me attempting to raise this with the Integrated Care Board on several occasions prior to the boundary changes, there is absolutely no sign whatsoever of Bloor undertaking any proactive activity in order to keep their word about the GP surgery. To me, this sounds a powerful warning for their proposals at Dollyman's Farm. In essence, Bloor are now envisioning initially building 1,300 dwellings on the Dollyman's Farm site. Bloor's proposals for Dollyman's Farm are a Trojan horse, Minister. The site's firmly within the metropolitan Greenbelt and would represent completely inappropriate urban sprawl. If I might remind the Minister, Para 142 of the National Planning Policy Framework, the so-called Planning Bible, I'm sure he knows it off by heart now, states the fundamental aim of Greenbelt policy is to prevent urban sprawl by keeping land permanently open. To allow developments at Dollyman's Farm would be utterly contrary to this fundamental tenet of the NPPF. The 1,300 homes initially proposed take up only a fraction of the land on the whole Dollyman's Farm site, as confirmed in a recent public consultation exercise which the company held at Roworth Village Hall and which I attended. You only need to take one glance at the proposed site plan to see this is a Trojan horse, and that if the 1,300 dwellings are approved, then no doubt further applications for thousands more on the same site will follow. We simply don't possess the transport, medical or educational infrastructure to cope with urban sprawl on this scale, about half a mile from the Wick. As the local MP, I intend to fight these totally unsustainable proposals tooth and nail. Because of so-called devolution, the Labour government have cancelled the local elections in Essex. However, there is a by-election in the Wickford Park ward on Thursday the 26th of June. Those Wickford residents who are lucky enough to have a vote can use it on Thursday to protest against Bloor Homes' completely unsustainable proposals to build so many homes in such an inappropriate location. I therefore urge my constituents, whatever their personal politics might be, to vote for the Conservative candidate Lewis Hooper on Thursday in order to demonstrate to Bloor Homes that we really mean business and we don't want them at Dollyman's Farm. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most egregious example of attempts to overdevelop my constituency relates to the proposed new town on the borders between Southend and Rochford in the area around Bournes Green. The proposal is in essence for around 10,000 dwellings, 5,000 on either side of the Rochford-Southend border. In a question to the Deputy Prime Minister on Monday the 7th of April 2025, she confirmed to me in the Commons that those dwellings on the Rochford side would be, in her words, above and beyond the mandatory housing target of already over 10,000 dwellings, which Rochford district residents are already being threatened with by this current Labour government. For the record, I'm completely opposed to these proposals as well. However, I particularly wish to draw to the Minister's attention the fact there do appear to have been some serious irregularities in how all of this was proposed. And I'd be grateful for his close attention. When the original expression of interest was sent in some months ago, Rochford District Council was something of a rainbow coalition, but led by the Liberal Democrat group. It transpires that the expression of interest which was sent to the department, the New Towns Task Force, was never approved by any committee of the council, let alone by the full council itself. There's even some confusion as to whether or not the leader of the council, then Councillor James Newport, actively endorsed the proposal either. In short, the whole initiative appears to have been effectively officer-led and dominated. Since that time, the leadership of Rochford District Council has changed hands, because in short, the Liberal Democrat group effectively collapsed, and it's now divided into various factions, some of whom no longer identify as Liberal Democrats. I shan't try the Minister's patience with all the twists and turns in this process, but nonetheless, suffice to say, at times, it's been like something out of Gilbert and Sullivan. The new Conservative-led administration, working with the Rochford District residents and several others, are attempting to bring stability to the council, and at their meeting of the Planning Policy Committee, which took place on the 11th of June, the council formally decided to withdraw its support for the expression of interest as submitted to the New Towns Task Force. In other words, Rochford has withdrawn from the proposed New Town, a decision I wholeheartedly support, because we just don't have the infrastructure to cope with it. Moreover, in her speech to that committee, the redoubtable Councillor Daniel Belton said the following about how the EOI was submitted in the first place, and if I may, I quote from her speech that night. Quote, "This is about transparency and doing right by the communities we serve. So finally, I should add that as the incoming leader of Rochford District Council, I'm very concerned about what appears to have happened here. But I think it's important to establish the facts and learn from them. So for that purpose, I will shortly be establishing an independent, externally led investigation to get to the bottom of all this and how exactly this submission came to be sent in the first place. We will then report the findings of that investigation to full council and via them to our residents in due course. Now, given that an external investigation has now been initiated, I'm sure the Minister will agree it would not be appropriate for me to comment further in detail. Suffice to say, at this stage, something does appear to have gone very seriously wrong with regard to how this expression of interest was submitted, and is even more reason for the Council, rightfully, to withdraw from the whole process. Before leaving this topic, I should perhaps add in passing there are emerging rumours that Brentwood Borough Council, which like Rochford shares the same chief executive, Mr Jonathan Stevenson, has also submitted an EOI for a new town, but for far larger numbers than were envisaged for the Rochford South End equivalent. I merely observe that there appears to be a bit of a pattern here. But I will leave that for my right honourable friend, the member for Brentwood and Ongar, who is in his place in the chamber, listening to this news about his constituency, to pursue with Brentwood Borough Council and no doubt eventually with the Minister on a separate occasion. So to summarise, Mr Speaker, 24 years' experience as a constituency MP has taught me that there is such a thing as good development. But that only works if it's something that is done with people rather than to people. My genuine fear, and I hope the Minister will appreciate what I'm saying, is that Labour's top-down approach from both central government and Labour-led Basildon Council are very much the version of doing it to people rather than with them. I was elected to Parliament to represent my constituents, and I can assure the Minister that Essex people are not slow in putting across their point of view, as my email inbox regularly testifies. I can see the right member for Brentwood and Ongar is nodding consent, Mr Speaker. So we do accept there has to be some new house building in our county, but not on the scale that the government proposes, in order to meet a random ideological target of 1.5 million homes, even at the risk and materially undermining the quality of life of the people who live in Essex already. So finally, even if the Minister doesn't agree with me today, having known him for some time, I hope he'll at least respect that my concerns are genuine, and I hope he would take at least some notice of the points that I've made this afternoon on behalf of the constituents who recently kindly re-elected me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by congratulating the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Rayleigh and Wickford, on securing this debate today. While I may disagree with a number of the arguments he made for reasons I'll expand upon in due course, he speaks with genuine conviction on behalf of those he represents, and no one can doubt his commitment to his constituency. Mr. Speaker, in the time available to me, I intend to touch upon all of the substantive issues that the Right Honourable Gentleman has raised, although I won't obviously, for reasons he will understand, go into individual planning applications. But I want to start by reminding the House about the problem that the Government is working to resolve. It is not, I believe, in doubt that England is in the grip of an acute and entrenched housing crisis. To ensure we have a planning system that is geared towards meeting housing need in full, the Government did introduce a new standard method for assessing local housing need as part of the revised National Planning Policy Framework we published in December, and we did make that standard method mandatory. That standard method now relies on a baseline set at a percentage of existing housing stock levels to better reflect housing pressures across the country, and uses a stronger affordability multiplier to focus additional growth on those places facing the biggest affordability challenges. South East Essex would be one of those. It will mean, and we've been entirely open about that fact, that all parts of the country, including Essex, must play their part. Now, I appreciate that some honourable and right honourable members simply don't want to see housing growth in their constituency. I don't name the right honourable gentleman in this respect. And some may even question that housing need exists on the scale that it does, and that the Government is clear it does. But the Government is clear that we must have ambitious targets to begin fixing the housing crisis afflicting our country, and that decisions made locally about how to meet housing needs should be about how to meet housing needs and not whether to do so at all. I want to just turn briefly to local plans, Mr. Speaker. The plan-led approach is and must remain the cornerstone of our planning system. Now, I know the Right Honourable Gentleman understands that due to the Secretary of State's quasi-judicial role in the planning system, I'm unable to comment on the details of his or any other specific local plan. But I do want to underline that the best way of allowing communities to shape development in their area is to have an up-to-date local plan that ensures that provision of supporting infrastructure is there so that development proceeds in a sustainable manner. In the absence of an up-to-date plan, there is a high likelihood that development will come forward on a piecemeal and speculative basis with reduced public engagement and fewer guarantees that it will make the most of an area's potential. Now, having failed to adopt a plan since 1998, Mr. Speaker, Basildon now has one of the oldest local plans in the country, a state of affairs which is, and I put this as diplomatically as I possibly can, detrimental to the residents of Rayleigh and Wickford. So I'm pleased that the new leadership at Basildon Council is seeking to address the failures of its predecessors by bringing forward a new local plan premised on meeting housing need. I want to take the opportunity to make clear that I expect their neighbours at Rochford to also progress their local plan and consult later this year in line with the updated plan timetable. To support local planning authorities in their efforts, Mr. Speaker, the Government is awarding £28 million worth of new funding. As part of this, Rochford and Basildon councils were each awarded approximately £228,000 for local plan delivery and £70,000 to support with the costs of undertaking a Greenbelt review. It is now each authority's responsibility to ensure their plans unlock growth and secure the housing, jobs